Recording on.
Thank you,
So
Ken.
thanks for the reminder. All right. Now what was I looking at? I'm looking at my timesheets here to find the last boring logs. Let's see, there's 1018. Okay. So all right, so one thing to get first, we're going to set this up so we can basically have a template to get things started with.
Hmm.
So the easiest way that I've done that is I've got everything set up. Now, if these were all always the same, it would be easier to get like a central location for everything that doesn't change.
Hmm.
But I found that because they're so convoluted, I want to keep all the resources that I'm using on each of these. I'm going to keep them with each of the files. So they're very small. It's things like um, Tariq's PG seal
Hmm.
and signature, and a pin table file that is just uh, and the what was I going to say, the maybe the PDF table file. So those are, I keep in a resources folder, and the stamp and signature and such I keep in a references folder. So I'm going to do that for each of the files I do. And
Hmm.
then also, instead of creating a new file for each one independently, what I'm going to do is we're going to copy over this last job, set up the same folder structure, which includes, the plots folder, the references folder, the resources folder, and the working folder. And the working folder has our file in it.
Hmm.
Now, our file, Chuck, if you recall, I'm a big proponent of doing
Models.
everything in one DGN and
Right.
using models. Okay,
Right.
so that's how these are all set up. If you go back to some old ones prior to me working on these that they had done there, you're going to see each sheet is its own separate DGN file,
Hmm.
and everything's plotted using a a fence
Hmm.
out of a design model, whereas we're going to plot out as sheet models. They're all set up. The title block is everything's ready to go, and all we need to do is to change those in each of those projects. So let's go to, if you don't mind, let's see, go ahead and find this. Is this that location? Yes,
Yeah. Yep.
okay. So you're in structure log parts. These are the PDFs. Let's see, do you have, yeah, see, these are the PDFs. Let me see if I can shrink this down a little bit here. So these are the ones, like you've got this Kim table, the rock table. These are all the analyses,
Hmm.
and we're going to be putting those on the um, sheet. There's a soil table part, and they're each of the sheets. Now here we've got individual logs. So apparently we've got, well, quite a few. We've got 10 different log sheets, and they're going to go two to a sheet. Um, so we're going to have a number of pages in our file.
Hmm.
So no problem with any of that. Now, up here above, you see this TSNL standard zip?
Hmm.
Hmm.
That's from the client. That's their type, size, and location drawing where they're getting things started showing the work. And so we're going to be using that information to use as our base mapping information in our models. Okay.
Hmm.
So right now, It looks like, let me make sure he doesn't have anything in these other. Let me turn this preview off. Let's see here, foundation notes. Let me see this one here. Oh, that's an old.
There's a working files director too, Ken. Here,
Oh, okay.
nothing in it, but okay.
Okay, good. And that's where we're going to be working. So that's where we're going to put our information. So we're going to sit right here in this working files. This is where we are. So we're going to open up another tab here, and we're going to go down here and find, where's your drive?
P
P,
is right in the middle, down, right.
there. Okay, alphabetical order. And I'm looking for 204101. So 20. It's the 1018-550 and geotech. And sometimes you'll get these and they'll be under SFR Foundation Report. Sometimes they're under, all kinds of other crap. All right, so here's this working files. Now, I've got in here a number of things in this one. These are, well, see, I don't need that. I don't know why he moved this stuff in to working files. But anyway, the file that we are looking for is this one right here. Okay, and let's see what else we have. There's location map. Yeah, so he's done some extra work in here. So what I'm after is that one file and these, let's see, this one file and these 3 folders.
Okay.
So I'm going to copy those from here. I'm going to go over here into this working files and paste. Got just got a file here.
It says void on it.
Yeah, I was going to see that's okay. That's fine. We're going to use that. Um, we're gonna open that up.
Let me drag it over.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Okay. So what we're after and what these are typically done here is you're going to see see here he's got like direction of traffic. Although I don't get that one. Is it
Is it the center median?
yeah, he's got one right down the center line. I don't think we're gonna show that. I don't know if that's a error or what. We'll see when we get into it. If they've got lane striping shown in their drawing and stuff. But the biggest thing that we're after with this are things like this Cadorus Creek
Mm-hmm.
and see that they're at a 20 scale. So but that and then whoops. Yeah, we're gonna stay here. But this is crap. Hold on, let me see here a minute. Yeah, we're after all of this, like the structure ID numbers, NPMS, ECMS project. It says
Mm.
available or not applicable, and the bridge key. All of this, whoops, yeah, this text in here says City of York. Huh, just not a PennDOT job. All right, we'll make it City of York on ours then. But we're going to say instead of type size and location, general plan, where ours is going to say boring plan, blah, blah, blah. We'll say out now. See, he says and supplemental drawings here on his set. And this is apparently C.S. Davidson. So because they're putting ours in as supplemental drawings, we're going to be able to number ours as one through however many we have. So that's what we'll do with theirs. And we're going to set up our title block to match all of this. That's interesting. He doesn't have any signature block here. All right, give me a quick second while we're looking at that. Let me call Chuck, or not Chuck,
Jeremy.
Jeremy. And of course, it takes this moment to ask me to enter my passcode to unlock the phone. Okay, there we go. Now, let's go here. Jeremy Hambone.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, Hambone, how you doing, buddy?
How you been?
Oh, real peachy. I was telling Chuck earlier, I'm down here at the lake again. We're getting all set up, but man, it storming yesterday and last night. It knocked the power out, and it's still a lot of heavy wind. But anyway,
Wow.
we're buttoned down. Sounds like you're away. Are you? No, I called you on your desk, didn't I?
I don't know. I just had a fan blowing. It was a little warm
Oh,
back here.
okay. All right. So, real quick question for you on this bridge stuff that we're doing for York. And their TSNL, their title block, they've got like, and it's not a PennDOT job. It's the City of York. So we're gonna match theirs, and
Yeah.
like, and we don't have the signature block. They don't have any signature on their title sheet. That where we all usually have the uh signature and date, and then the date on the other things.
No. Yeah. For no.
Yeah,
The bottom right corner.
yeah, of their TSNL plans. They don't have any. See, all of their sheets are, yeah, that signature area is all blank. And they've got like sheet 1 of 2 of 3 of pound. They don't have their final sheet count. Now I understand these are temporary or preliminary. And I'm looking at the PDF, it's the void one. So it's a potentially an old one. So is there a different one that we should be looking at?
On Market Street.
Yeah, yes,
Where's the void one at?
in the working folder.
Oh. Yeah.
Now, now there's yeah.
It's on a new plan.
Now I saw that zip file. Is that where everything is in? Is that that's the new one?
Yeah, where that working file is, they just sent me a PDF.
Okay.
Put a new one in there. Use the PDF version just so you have it.
Well, are you going to do that from the DGN, you mean?
Yeah, you'll take your stuff and go into the PDF.
Yeah. But I was just using that just as a quick way to view it and get all the data. But if where you're getting the new stuff is the um from the structure log parts, in that standard zip. See where that is? In fact, I'm going to take that and I'm going to move it from that folder. I'm going to go ahead and take it out of there and I'm going to put it over here in the working files folder. And
I'm gonna get you the note. One there. I was going at the end of the day. I'll throw a couple more PDFs in there.
oh yeah, you're going to need that. So we'll have that do. All right, so I'm going to move that there and then if I open this, all right, there's all that and let's extract all of those. And that's going to go there. That's fine. All right, now Chuck and Anushka, what I've done here is I've opened this zip file. Now, Windows lets you, look inside the zip file like it's a folder, so you can see all these things, but they're not extracted. I'm in the zip file as if it's a folder. So what I did so we can use them is I extracted them and it created a folder of the same name as the zip. So I'm going to leave the zip there because that was that original stuff. So Jeremy, that zip file is still in working files, but there's also this folder that has these, actually they're AutoCAD drawings.
DWGs.
Okay. Well, no problem. We can use AutoCAD, but we'll work with those.
They're in a back box. Yeah, for the plan. In that folder we deployed called
Yeah, this one right here. Where did you get that?
got an email to me.
Oh, okay. So so let's
Yeah, right.
all right. I'm gonna open that one up. Chuck, now you'll need to bring that across and let me see if that's got everything we need.
You worked with Dr. Powell.
Yeah, he's on. Say hello, Chuck.
Hey, what's up, Jeremy?
How you doing, man? You have a good vacation?
Yeah, man, it was great down there. Went to Assateague Bay. They saw the horses. Went to the beach. Very nice.
Oh, I thought you went to Detroit.
Nice.
That was a different trip.
No, yeah, that was the one before that, Ken. Yeah, this was just
Oh,
last weekend. I went down to Assateague down in the Delaware on the island with the
all
horses
right.
and everything. It was pretty cool.
Well, I can't think of a better trip. I got a buddy that goes down there all the time. He loves it down there.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, Satig is really great.
I've never been actually, and being this, I mean, I grew up in Virginia. I'm here in Pennsylvania. You'd think I'd get a chance to get down that way.
Yeah, and it's real close. It's not very far, about 3 hours.
Yeah, all right. So, okay, so yeah, so that's got all of that. He's still got the ECMS number is in A, I guess, because it's not a PennDOT job. So this is going to be City of York. We are the supplemental drawing. So our sheet numbering is going to go 1 through, and we're going to have a number of them. Because you've got like 10 different boring logs. Let's see, what else does he have? He's got notes. He's got the section and bearing and siding. Does he have? All right, and then one other question we had, they've got for their direction of travel. He's got a center line arrow pointing to the right. Are there 3 lanes on this road?
Um,
All right, we'll replicate what they have. I don't want to raise any flags. All right, so we're going to take that. It looks like he's at 20 scale. And let's take a look down here. He's pointing to. Yeah, they did this in AutoCAD. Okay, no problem. We are not in AutoCAD.
I have Carlson on my machine, Ken, if you need.
Yeah, but that's a whole different can of worms.
Okay, roger that.
Any of that set up. We've got this set up right now in MicroStation, so we're gonna we're gonna get all our information from here. We can see it now. Now that I know where it comes from, we can actually dismiss this and go to that drawing file, which was the $80,000 L522. And that was 80,000 L522. $56.81, 8,000 L522 TSNL. All right, so that's the one we want here. We don't want to get into these designs. We'll take a look at them real quick. All right, so now that I know where those came from, we can go back and bring this file up in microstation. We'll look at it and see and take out of it what we need. Okay. I get things set up. So now back to to ours. Guys, all right, Jeremy, I'm going to let you go. I think that's got everything we need. Uh-oh, we lost Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, sorry, it looks like I dropped your call. Yeah, I was going to say we see everything that we need now. We've got what we need to get to. And we're going to take it from those drawings. So now that zip matches that. I mean, the PDF matches that's in the zip in the drawing. So we're good to go. We'll get things squared away. And I was asking you about those 3 travel direction arrows. Like I said, I'm going to go ahead and keep them like they've got them. But again, my question though is going to be like, if you look on crap. Hang on a second. Let me send Jeremy the meeting link. Let's see if he joins us here. Let's see. Chuck, can you call Jeremy back? My phone keeps dropping this call. Are you able to, with your desk phone, you can call him real quick?
Sure.
Just have him check his email and
Okay.
jump on the Zoom call so we can get him.
He must have went to the bathroom.
Yeah, he may have.
Yeah, because it's just ringing. So we'll give it a minute here and I'll try him again.
Yeah, if you get his voicemail, just tell him to check his email and join the Zoom call. And then you can just leave that message and hang up. And that'll be fine. I've got one further question, and that is what we see here. Sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, where's our?
He had no voicemail, so he'll call me back because he always does as soon as he sees that I called him. So as soon as he rings back, I'll tell him to check.
And have check prints. Let's see. I don't know why they didn't. All right, let's preview that. Yeah, so my question then for him is going to be this over here. Well, we've got this. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see here. Do we have? Yeah, we had this. Set up with these signatures here. And then if we go to the next page, see, we've got signature and date. And that says, let's see, how do I? Says some district geotechnical engineer. And it's got recommended. And actually, this is not even the, probably not the best one to use. It's 811. Did you? It was back from May. Let me go ahead and take a real quick. Peek at this one. Let me see what we've got in it. Let's see if that's the right one to be using. May have to go to the one prior to this one that I worked on because this was just an update that I did, I think. So it may not have what I'm looking for. Let me take a look at it. Yeah, we've got our individual sheets. And let me look at the model tab. Yeah, see, we've got on sheet 1, we've got recommended district geotechnical engineer. On every subsequent sheet, we just have the geotechnical engineer and the date. So now let me look back here. Do we have? Yeah, there's nothing in it. So what we had looks like this was what? Ah, all right. See, this was actually taken. This was, yeah, that was one that he prepared separately as a skeleton drawing. So we're going to be doing this skeleton drawing. All right. So what we're going to do is we'll exit this. And we're going to go back to our working files. And we're going to take that and that, and that, and kill those. and then we're going to go to, and so you pulled these out into separate things here. Let me see. 2020, 21 Susquehanna. All right, so that was that one. All right. So let me go back to my timesheet stuff, and I had there's 1018. Let me get the previous one. There's let's do Luzerne. Let's do 2010. Luzerne County. So that was in 24-25-09. So from here, this one will be the newer method where we're actually using the DGN and not a PDF.
Mhm.
All right, so let's see, what did they say? It was 24-25-09, 24-25-09, which was the 2010-352, this one. And they were in geotech. See, this is why, because you can never, they never had the same structure twice. So you just have to work through here and see. Now, in working files, there we go. I've got, let's see, what was this? I don't need that. I need this file. Let me, while we're here, just make sure. And one of the reasons I'm doing this too is that the signature block is different. Every time I do these, Tariq always marks them up and says, "Oh, we knew, don't do that, do this." And so, okay. And you know, you take one from one before where it was already done like that, and it's done. All right. So we had in here, there's geotechnical engineering, it's a date, that's sheet one, that's the first one there. And that did not have the, I said it didn't have the travel directions. It's got station ahead. All right, so we got that, but let's see if that's referencing this. Yeah, that's referencing the actual model, which holds the geometry, I think. No, it's from here. Yeah. Let's see, this model. There's nothing in it. All right, so this. Yeah, that's where we took all their stuff from. And this was, even this, let's see, that is from. All right, so that's referenced. All right, so that was okay. All right, I think we're in good shape. So this one has the signature and the date you see down here. And then on these, see, that's where he had me change them to only be date. That's the way he wants them done. That's the question I have of Jeremy. Does he want me to have that? And if so, what title? Because it's not the district geotechnical engineer. Or do I just leave everything blank or just leave a date?
I'm trying him again, Ken.
All right, thanks. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. You see that we blocked out that entire thing from, see, this title block is referenced up here in this model here,
Your
this
call has been
NCD.
forwarded to
Mhm.
And so we've masked the original out. Same thing as we did over here. You see that sheet number.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So that's where we individually change for each of our sheets, and we put in here for sheet 2 and 3. But if we go back and take that mask away, you'll see it says whatever is in that original. Maybe it's a 1, whatever.
Hello? Hey, what's up, Mountain Man? That's
Is
all
it
right. Say, hey, he sent you a link. Just if you get on the link, then you can we can converse then real quick. All right, buddy. See you, Mountain Man. Bye. All right, he's getting ready, Ken.
Okie doke?
Yeah, he's getting ready for the link.
Ham bone. He's connecting to audio. Okay. Jeremy, you can hear us? You're muted. Okay, can you hear us now? Can you speak? I don't hear you. Do you have a microphone on your computer? Maybe not. You may have to take your phone and use, there's a call in for audio. Yeah, let me chat with him here. Let's see here. New chat with Jeremy. Okay.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we
can
got
hear
you.
you.
Okay.
I just dialed in. I had to put all these passcodes in. I was like, holy smokes.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's what you probably need to do. If you don't have a microphone on your computer, that's what you have to do. So, yeah, sorry, my phone kept dropping your call. I had one more
Oh,
quick
yeah,
question for you. Um,
yeah.
now this is a previous one that we did, and you can see we we have. Let's see. Let's go to the first one. It's on a PennDOT job, we have a signature block for district geotechnical engineer and the date. And then every subsequent sheet, he wanted it just like this, date and everything. That's Tariq's direction on all
Okay.
of the PennDOT stuff. My question is, do we do something like that for City of York? And if so, what do we do for this? Or do we just want the date? Or do we want anything?
That's a good question.
And if you don't know the answer, you want to find it out and just let us know and we can take care of it.
Yeah. Hey,
Okay.
Walt, can I ask you a question about the structure logs? Hold on 1 second, Chuck. Since we're not doing PennDOT, we're going for the city of York. How about like signature block? How we want it? Like district engineer.
And keep it in mind, yeah,
Set up.
and Davidson's TS&Ls, they just had that whole section is blank on all their sheets
Okay, let's leave that blank then too.
without a date.
You've been messing fun, but
We don't need the district because this is a PennDOT job, so the district engineer is really never going to sign this, right? Because it's the city of York.
So,
Here's our here.
but do you want the date? That's the other thing.
And then we want the date. Let's look at here's the newest plan that they just sent us in the email the other day. So they have a regular proof engineer, Kim Jubum.
But they may have a signature block somewhere else on the sheet.
Their PDF's just blank too. That whole area is blank.
just blank for now.
Just leave it all blank.
Yeah.
No signature
Yeah.
line, nothing.
Okay.
Okay, I guess we'll follow like that PDF they sent us today. I guess.
Okay. All right. So
All
we'll leave the placeholders in, but we'll turn them off and just have it blank on the plots. And then you can, send any updates and they can make those changes. All right.
Sounds good.
One from this guy.
Yeah. This guy was my professor at Penn Hillsburg. Yeah. All right, Ken. Thanks a lot, man.
All right, guys. Jeremy, you're
All right.
excused. You may go enjoy your life and we'll get down to work.
Thanks, guys. I got those other parts in there. Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh,
I
by
got
the
those.
way, yeah, by the way, Jeremy, you said something about a skeleton drawing. Now, we don't have you're not doing a skeleton drawing. We're prepping that from the TS&L, right?
Yeah. We'll just term it that, but yeah, you'll take that from the TS&L, but it'll just be bare, no contour lines, nothing
Right.
like that. So
Right.
just like
Yeah, the typical way we do them.
yes.
Okay, so that will be fine. We'll take these from that. Okie doke.
See you, Mountain Man.
All right, guys. You need anything else? Yep. See you guys. If you need anything else, feel free to give me a call. Okay.
Just make sure you said you need to do like the boring location table and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Whatever else you need to do, just keep working on them and drop them in that parts log or whatever that folder was.
Yeah, I did get those in there for you when we were talking the first time when I dropped you. Everything should be in there. If you guys are missing anything, just let me know.
Will do, sir. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it. Yep. Thank
Thanks.
you. Bye-bye.
Yep. See ya. Okay, now. Okay, you may be staying on just to see it. Okay. So Jeremy, you're still connected if you're let me go ahead and there he is. There he's off. Okay. All right. So we've got the one that we're going to take from it. Again, we're going to be chopping this down to basic, to bare bones just to show where it is. And we'll have a scale, which, we'll have to adjust all this, but we know the original was done at a 20 scale. So we're going to match theirs as best we can, but not with all that heavy extra stuff. So we're going to use this as our model. So let me close this. And let me take that off of there. So we've got in working files. I'm going to take this and these. I'm going to copy those and we're going to go back to ours in working files. And we're going to get rid of this one and these three. And we'll put the ones we just copied over here. Now, under plot files, we don't need here, and we're going to change this to be today's date, which is the 11th.
So are we just going to be using the example one and kind of modeling the Market Street one off of that? Or is this like the same plan?
Yeah, no. We're just using it as a template, as a go by.
Okay.
And so we're going to do our plots. All right, so that's fine. Leave that there. Any of these, whenever you see these files, thumbs.db or anything with a dot in front of it as a file name, those are system files, and they're generated by the fact that I'm working on a Macintosh. See, it won't let me do it because it's a system file. But you're able to ignore those. All right, so now we have these, and we're going to open this, and we're going to give it a name, and we're going to open this with our Open Roads Designer. And I'm going to go back to Jeremy's email. There we go. So anytime you're setting one of these up, you're going to go back to a previous job. Like maybe you're going to go back to this one, and you're going to take that working folder, and you're going to bring across the DGN and those three folders. There's plots, references, and resources. And you're going to put those in a working folder in whatever your new job is. Okay. And then you're going to open up this file, and you're going to immediately do a save as. And we're going to make sure we're in our proper location, which is let's see, where are we? 2024, 2430. Market Street. Geotech. Structure Foundation Report. Working files. And we're going to call this what was that? EC 2430.
Market Street.
Market Street.
New York.
Structure logs. Okay, save that. All right, so now when we go back to this one here, this is City of York. Working files. Now we have these two, and here's the one we just copied over. Or I'm not going to use it anymore, so I'm going to actually get it out of our. Whoops, wait a minute. Yeah, because I did a save as, so I'm no longer in this file. So I'll just get rid of that just to keep it
So don't get
clean.
mixed up.
Yeah. All right. And so now once we're here, these things have set up within them certain things. There's a now, and this could help me out a little bit. How much are you familiar with MicroStation at all, or if any?
Before working here, not really, but the last 2 weeks I've been spending some time with it.
Okay.
So,
All right. So,
And she's a quick steady can, I have to tell you. She's like a rock. She's like a rock star. So she'll have me
good.
beat hands down, and I've been doing this with you, so we'll be
Well,
going to her.
we're old dogs, new tricks and all that.
She's
Oh,
got really quick. Well, I'll be going to her saying, Anusha, can you help me? And I already been doing
Oh my goodness, that's not true.
it is.
all right.
She's a
So
quick
now,
study.
all right. Now, what about are you familiar, at a greater extent, say with AutoCAD than like I'm trying to get an idea of how much CAD experience do you have, and if it's just basically working with this, then I'll make sure we go over initial concepts.
Technically none, but
Okay, all
but
right.
I
So
feel like I pick stuff up quickly, so
good
you don't
deals.
have to
Yeah.
slow it down for me too
Yeah.
much. I don't want to,
Okay.
you
So,
know.
and plus we're being recorded, and you can refer back to it. So what we're going to be talking about. So we've got now a starter pack. And I am aware, guys, we're into lunch hour. We'll probably go to about 12:15 or 12:30, take lunch, and then come back.
Okay.
But
Okay.
so what we're going to do is we're going to set up this file now so it can work for us on this project. And the reason I do that is that all of these things, like this sheet over here, if you see, if I get right near, see that?
Mm-hmm.
That's an actual PDF that is from that structure logs part, and it always references, if you look under these attached tools, and by the way, to get these tool sets up here, you need to make sure that you're in
Drawing.
the drawing model. Open roads modeling, that goes into your things like your alignments and your profiles and stuff like that for roadway. And then you've got things like survey, geotechnical. Now, Chuck, remembering those things we did for the boring log from the profile
Mm-hmm.
drawings, we had to go into those different things. But
Right.
for these, we're going to be in drawing. And then on the home tab under these attached tools, you have two different attached tools. And right now it's pointing to, it's sitting on the one for just our references where we've referenced in the title block, as well as this one that's called default one, which is this master model right here that came from the other, um, from the prime consultant, that was their DGN file. Okay. So we're going to start cleaning all of this stuff out, but here's what we're going to, we're going to be referencing things in and out of this different stuff. And if you see here on this title block, we actually have it set to do nesting because it has within it a reference for Tariq's seal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we've got some different things in here in our title block that's set up, good to go. And those are our references. Now, again, the reason we're doing this is because under this other attachment, we have raster attachments as well. And so you've got things like this general notes and legends. That's the one that Jeremy prepares and drops in that parts folder. There's this boring location table. That's this one down here that shows what the borings are and where their coordinates and station and offsets are. And then you've got Tariq's signature, which is referenced here and also down here on the seal. So it's in there actually twice. So all of these are already set up. They're scaled. Everything's set up. We've got a little date thing that gets populated when it goes to plot time based on the pin table. And So that should all be good. And again, that's the reference or raster manager for the references from these attached tools. And there's also this references. These are DGN files. Okay, so those are things that are outside, they stay outside, but they're brought into our drawing, and we just reference them as part of our drawing. All right, so that, and then if you look at these other ones, these, again, by the references, we've got just the title block, which is live nesting, because it has a reference of the seal. If we turn that to no nesting, you'll see that seal disappear. Okay. But live nesting means look in this file, the title block file, which is this one up here, this NCD title block blank. And if it has any references in it, that's the nested references. So it's going to drill down and go however many levels deep we need it to go. One's fine. That's the only one it had. Okay. So we want to make sure they're done like that. Now, sometimes we don't do the nesting because we only want the geometry that's in that particular model that we reference. That's just in general. So in this case, on this sheet, these are the subsequent sheets, and I'm on this one right here now that shows the log sheets. The only reference that we have is the actual title block, but we had these raster attachments. And there we've got the general notes and legends for sheet 2, which is again Jeremy prepared. And we added this little piece of text that just had Tariq's initials. And then we've got boring 1, boring 2, and Tariq's signature down here over his seal. Okay, so and then the next sheet, which would be, well, down here, sheet 3, this is sort of convoluted, but sheet 3 had this B3 in it, and then sheet 4 had all of the analysis sheets, and those are all, you can see the general notes, the electrochemical table. Now it's in here twice. It's in here once, because this is it's a full sheet of paper. So it's in here once, and then it's clipped off to get the top part, and then the bottom part, that's the bottom of the page. If I were to unclip this and just look at one, this would be like way down at the bottom of the sheet, but we wanted those together. So that's why it's twice. And then we've got the soils, and we have the rocks. Okay. And then of course his signature again. So that's why we're going to use these as placeholders, because everything's set up, and all we have to do, because we're referencing, this is referencing a different, that previous job. So all you do is when you have these in here, let's say this electrochemical table. Now watch what happens when we do this. If we say right click file name. So that's basically where we're going to change the file name. You see, that's coming from Luzerne County. So I'm going to hit this little ... and go out and find it in ours, which is 2024, 2430 Market Street, Geotech, separate part, not working file, structured part lab. And that's the electrochemical table. And they'll change the different, he uses a different name every time. So I'm just going to reference this, and you're going to see this change now to be, see it up here, it says York County, Market Street over Cadorus Creek. And then we would do the same thing for this part of it, which is, and we'll go back to this same place, and it generally comes back to that same, we're going to get the same file, but because it's already pre-masked and pre-positioned, it's now showing everything that we needed to show. We got the top part of the sheet, and we got the bottom part of the sheet. Okay, now I will warn you that some of the times we have to rearrange some of this stuff and even put them on a separate sheet, because if we look at the rock table, what do we have? 3 borings. We've got 2 borings on the soil analysis. If you look at the PDF, let's go back to Market Street. Did we have that already open? Let's see. No, I guess it's there. So if we look at the structure log parts, see, we've got 10 different, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5A, 6, 7, 7A, and 8. So 10 different sheets. And we got a soil table and a rock table. So if we look at that rock table, see, it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's using 8. It's not using 5. It's not using 7. And the soil table, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it is using 5. It's not using 7A. So we're going to have to get all of that into our drawing. Now, you see, obviously, there's not enough room to get each of those in here. So we're going to need to either play with the scale, or I'm thinking really we're going to just add another sheet on the end so that we can keep the scale. Because if you start changing the scale and make it smaller so you can get 2 of them side by side, the text gets too small to read.
Right.
So this text is set up as close as we can to being the standard 1/8 of an inch high text size, which would be
What's the double writing?
something's not masked correctly.
Because it's double.
Yeah, I know. It's because we've neglected to mask those. Apparently those were submitted with that like it was.
Oh
All right, well, we won't go back and fix that now, but we'll fix it in ours. But anyway, so this text, if I look at that and look at its properties over here, see it's an 1/8 of an inch tall. So that's their standard PennDOT text height. And if I copy that, say up to here, you see how that's
Yeah, same.
about. So it's set up at the scale of these sheets, and this sheet is, if I look at this scale, it's actually 1.5 times its normal size. So if you did the regular size, it would be smaller. If you did just a 1 times scale, it would be smaller, but it gets to be, we'll do these. You have to do each one of those because they'll scale independently. And so now you can see how small the text gets compared to there's their 1/8 of an inch. So that gets to be almost, well, it's not a 16th. It's what, 3/32 probably close to, and it starts to become too small to use. All right, so we're going to undo that scaling, and so we're going to, like I said, keep those as standard a scale as we can, and we might wind up having to do a separate sheet. Okay.
That would
So,
be easiest, wouldn't it, though, just to do another sheet?
oh yeah, yeah. So, but sometimes Tariq say, "Oh no, put them all on the same sheet," or the client will say, "Put them all on the same sheet," because I've got some room over here. If I can get the soil table here and get the rock table here, now it would. But like this one, this is that last sheet, and it typically doesn't. It's shorter, so I could use that space to put this other file next to it if it will fit. But you can see if we were to do these let's see, what was this? Oops, I forgot to do this one. Let me undo that one more time. There we go. So if we were to take these, let me just copy this. See, I could maybe get them side by side, but it would have to go like from here down. And I think I'm going to run into vertical limits. So probably the easiest thing to do would be to do it on a separate sheet. Otherwise, we got this, and that's going to be the electrochemical. Yeah, it's only two, boring 2, 7, and stream. So make sure we got everything because you want to make sure you'll make sure your clip limits are not such that you've clipped off the bottom of the sheet. So we're good to go with that. So if we were to jam that up here into the top a little bit, maybe over a little bit, and then if that's small enough, and if we can get soils all the way down and rock over here, which I doubt we can do because let's just take a look and see. I'm going to take this. I'm going to copy this. I'm just going to go out to here. And now for that one, which is, there's my soil. I'm going to point to the other file. And there is my soil table. Now, you see, there's more to it, so it has to open up. Now, if you do it just like this, you're going to rescale it, which is not what we want. We want to change its clip. So we're going to right click and say modify the clip. So now we're going to take this and stretch it down. All right, so that's going to be enough there. Let's modify the clip one more time. Let's see if we can. Let's modify that clip. And then modify the clip. And I don't know why it is, but MicroStation, for whatever reason, there's historical reasons for it, I guess, that you do things differently with raster attachments than you do with reference attachments, because reference attachments, you can select the file and then you can grip these and that modifies the clipping. So you just have to know that they're different. All right, so here's the soil table. And then we're going to take this one, oops, this one, and we're going to copy that one. And let's just bring it over here. And now there's that one. We're going to change its file to be the one we need, which was the rock table. And we'll modify its clip and open it up. So that's going to be, let's do that again. Now let's see if we have enough room. Vertically, we might. Yeah, see if we do it. If we do it here, let's see. See, we're jamming into these notes a little bit, which we haven't actually changed to the new notes yet. And then all right, one thing we might take a look at, if we take these and these, I'm going to control drag across and get both of those. So now all four of these are selected. Their scales are all at 1.5. Now to save a sheet, I'm going to turn that down just a wee bit to 1.25. And let's see how we can maybe set those up. So if I move this all the way up like so.
Is it difficult to add new pages? Like if I was trying to rearrange something and it just doesn't fit?
It's not terribly difficult. What happens though is that you get the client says, "Yeah, I want it on a single sheet." So, so to keep you from having to do it over again,
Hmm.
it's sometimes easier. Now let me take a look at comparative sizes of text. Let's see here. Now you see it's all pixelated. There we go. So that's probably close enough. I think we might be able to do this. All right, so I'm going to take this guy. I'm going to modify its clip just to cut down this little white space here a little bit. And I'm going to move it up closer to it. Well, I'm going to try to. All right, so there's all of that. Now, let's see about, excuse me, bringing these two. So I'm going to take these two instances, get rid of them. I'm going to find this guy, which is at General Notes and Legend, last sheet, change it to the one that we need. And you see what they do is they put in here notes for the first page, note for the last page, and notes for the middle page, but that's for all of the middle pages. All right, so we're going to say last page, say okay. So now there it is. And let's make it scale. No, it's at a scale of 1. And there's a the reason it's not 1.5 is because when they generate that note page, they're doing that out of Microsoft Word, something like that, instead of out of Gantt. So that had been set in. So we're going to leave that set at 1 as it's so it matches all the other sheets. And we're going to now, just to get the room, we'll modify that clip and we'll take it up here. Whoops, make sure I stay vertical. All right, so that's now our general notes. We may need to tuck it up into the corner a little bit further, but now let's try the soil, which is this table. And we're going to move it. And we're going to see how we can fit these in. And we'll take this one and see if we can get, yeah, see, we can get it fit. All right, so now what I like to do whenever possible is to just visually, let me undo that back. I like to visually line up edges, and keep things together. Now it's a little too far down in terms of close proximity to the title block, but I'm also trying to keep it lined up as best I can with this. So if I were to take this one and try to line up, say so that the logo's, line straight across, this one looks a little higher, so that one's okay. So I'm going to put a little guideline from, say I'm just going to eyeball the tippy top of the logo, go across here, lock my axis. And now I'm going to take this guy and I'm going to move it. And I'll zoom in a little bit here and I'm going to just drag that up to right there to where, whoops. Let's move this. Move this from here. So you see, I'm going to be like right there on that line. That's on that line, it's close. And there's no way to align those. Now, Chuck, if you remember, we did this align edges. If you go top to top, what it is going to do, you see, if we were to do that, let's go top to top. And if I say, I'm going to take this as my source and I want to take this. So it's going to line those up. But what it does with rasters is it goes to the clip of the actual sheet of paper. And because those came out of the same type of paper, then they'll probably work, but sometimes you get white space that doesn't work all that correctly. So now, because I got all this gap stuff here in the middle, I'm really too close to the edge. So I'm going to give up this idea of lining up with this because I don't really need it. And if I make these any bigger, like say 1.35, Mike could still do it. Let's try that. Select all of those, change their scale again. Let's say instead of 1.25, we say 1.35. Now this is probably not, yeah, I think we can do that. This is probably not all that ideal an example to have you copy this into your next one because you're going to have these weird scales. So I would try to keep those as 1.5 whenever you can because you usually don't have enough. Now you see here 1.35, I need to go further out. Let's see here. I think I'm going to put this, just keep those back at 1.25. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move these three. I'm going to move into the interior of the sheet just a little bit on the left, right. Come on. I'm getting little vestiges of those titles where we've clipped them. We'll have to see if the PDF picks them up. If it does, we'll have to trim. You see that little ghosted piece of text line that goes across the edge there?
Mhm.
Clip that out. And I think when it plots, it will plot okay. Same thing with this one. So we'll check that. Now we're going to try to match that same distance off the edge here a little bit here. So let's go. So this now looks more like a unit together with this one. I don't think if I bring that over, no, that's the other consideration. I don't have enough. See, I've got enough room vertically to get soil and rock all on the left. Let me try this for a minute. If I move this all the way over to here, Now, see that if I do that, I still don't have enough. I can't get these up here to the left unless I had that over there. Oh, you know what? Let's try this. Have I moved that down there? Yeah, see, I don't really want to move. All right, now, see what happens at 1.5. 1.5. We might be able to here. All right, so let's put this guy all the way down nice and tight down to here. And see, I'm trying to keep the same visible white space there in the borders. I'm going to move this guy, whoops, move him down. Let's try our left alignment, see if we can align this, see if it works. All right, so there's that. Oh, and there's plenty of room there. So we'll take that up. But now what we need to do is make sure we can get this within the border of our sheet. Yeah, okay. We'll get him off just a little bit further. A little tighter so I don't have to. Oh, now we're too high. Come on, let go of it. All right, now let's move this. Get him off of the bottom a little bit further. All right, so there's those. There's that. There's his general notes. So that'll keep it all on the same sheet. Now, again, this is a lot of manipulation that we did to try to get these, but typically we'll have the electrochemical up here followed by, the electrochemical footnotes in the top, and then we have soil, and we have rock. But because we have so many borings to cover, we needed the vertical space. So we changed their scale. Actually, we kept the scale. Let me see. We kept the scale at 1.5. Yep. So we were able to do it, but we had to sort of, compromise a couple of little spaces, change the order. And now I'm going to do one more little move, the bottom of that table. I'm going to drag down to sort of be opposite the bottom of that table next to it. And that still keeps this, in fact, I need to move that up a little and over so that I don't know why it keeps hanging on here. Let me take that, which is Kim table here. Let's modify that clip. Let's make sure we get. Oh, I see. Kim table. Modify clip. I want to get this edge off of this over here. If I can get it to go. Modify clip. On that midpoint. Come on. There it is. Why is it not?
It's not locked, is it?
No. See, that's the overall boundary there. And see, I don't want to do this because that's rescaling it. What is it? Oh, it says polygon not found. Well, here's one way to do it. Let's unclip it. And let's then make sure something here. It's still 1.5, 1.5. Yep, okay. So, unclip. And that should bring in, there it is. All right, so now it's unclipped and that's the entire table, but now we're going to put a fence down around here. From here just over to there. And we're going to clip. Use fence. And now where'd this one go? Ah. All right. So that one. Let's modify that clip. Just bring him in. Let's see, that's what I'm trying to do. Below here. Now for this. Modify clip. Let's see if I were to do same polygon not found. Doesn't make any sense. Now that scales it. Let me try that a minute. If I do this. All right, so that scaled it. Now if I modify that clip. There we go. Now let's put the scale back up. 1.5. 1.5. And good to go. We're going to move it now to get it off of that other. All right. Lined up, clipped. We're up here off the bottom, lined up across the top, sort of the same. So let's see if that will work. Now, again, on most of the ones you're going to have, you're only going to have 2 or 3 or 4 totals, and you'll be able to use that same format. So if you go back and copy, one of these other ones, you'll have them in the right order. So I would make a note of that one that I copied to begin with.
Use that as the base, unless you have to have something like this.
Yeah, unless you have to do something like that. Anyway, just a matter of manipulating that. So now we're basically done with that sheet with one exception. We had this down here where this is, you see those 2 things there? Like that text in there. That was actual text. And it's at 564. So this is actually in the sheet. It's not in the reference file. So I'm just going to take those out. All right, that's good. Now, Jeremy Hamborski, Tariq. I'll go to the actual title here, the actual border sheet. All right, what are your all's initials? Anishka, what are your initials?
AP.
AP.
Do we do middle name too? Usually is it 3?
Have it, yeah.
Oh, AGP then.
AGP.
CEB.
Chuck?
CEB.
Say again? CEB?
CEB. Yep.
CEB. All right. There you go. You'll be credited.
Oh, thank you, Ken.
That
Thanks.
means you'll be yelled at if there's
Point the finger at those 2.
There you go. Yeah,
The
you gotta know
newbies.
these things. All right, now, so that sheet is actually ready to go. Now, if you look down here, I've got placeholders, $date, $time, and those are in this reference. You see the ANSI D title block
Mhm.
reference. But I have this now it's grayed out because when I moved these around, changed this around, I was actually in the title block model. You see it's now lit up, but that's because I activated. So I'm going to deactivate. Now it's going to come back.
Okay.
Now this text and this is you see the file name reads the file name and that's static. If I say model name, and if I had this one in this title block up here, it's going to have the model name of the title block on every sheet. So what I want it to do is to read the model name of each individual sheet. So that's why this item, you see, it's not a, if you look at this item, let me get that. You see, it refers to a reference file. So that's in the reference. If I look at this item, you see, there's no, it's actually right here in this particular sheet. Now it says
Sheet.
reference mask copy number 1. There's a mask there. Let me see. Let's go back to this one. Yeah, so what I did, there we go. You see in this file, that's the title block. You see it's all highlighted and lit up.
Mhm.
But you see I masked out. So I put this model name and the placeholder in that sheet. And then I copied from that into each of these sheets individually. And I put a mask over the place, where it is in the title block. Otherwise, you'll see that ANSI D title block blank text will show up if I were to take that mask out. Okay, so if I were to say delete or delete clip, and if I clip that one there, see how that
Yeah, it
shows that?
overwrites.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll undo that and we'll leave that there. So now, so that's what I've done there. Now, what that text is, this is just text, model name. This says file name, and that's in the other sheet. But I use this in, let's go to that sheet. Let's go to the blank title block. So see, I've got this as a name, and then these two things are fields. They're separate text, but I use these two things and align them to the top, align these to the bottom, so they line up with each other. And when you look at this model name, you see it's just the text model name. If you look at this text, ANSI D title block blank. Now notice the shading is darker on this than on this. I don't know if you can tell that or not, but it is. And the reason for it is that it's a field. And if I go to my display attributes here and turn on data fields, no, it's not a data field, sorry. All right, I can't, all right, but anyway, it's a field. So if I double click that, and if I were to try to click in here, see, I can't change the text, but if you double click it, it is a field. And it is a field out of this ANSI title block, and there's all these different kind of things you can choose. And of that reference information, now it's looking for the model name. So we're going to find here under the sheet, under the general sheet, angle, isometric locks, working units, grid, cell. There's a, right here's the name. See right there, the name ANSI D title T block blank. That's the name of this title block. You see over here that name. So And the same thing with this text. This is the file name itself, which is right here. This one here, and that, and it shows you a little preview, and that's what it's doing, is it's reading that file name and it's always going to put it there. Now these are live fields, so they're going to update and you're going to see them in your drawing set. So if we go back now to our, one of these sheets, and now that's the one where it says boring location, because if I double click that now and I see that I want to make a, if I double click that, you see it's going to find out that name, sheet one boring location, because that's the name of that sheet model. Okay. Now, how do you get that in there is the next logical question. And so here's simply how you do that. Let's say we're going to annotate, we're going to place some text, and we're going to say, let's just call it, do it like this, model name. Space. Now at this point, I'm going to do another piece of text. So right here where it's waiting to be added to, up here in my tools, I'm going to choose this insert field. And so when I insert a field, I need to tell it what type. And so I have either element properties. So it could be, the area of a polygon or something. It could be model properties or file properties or these placeholders. So model properties gives me, it tells me, look at the model information and then let me choose. I say, okay. And I'm going to choose, anything about the model that's here. If I wanted the, the solid accuracy, I would choose that. If I wanted these, sheet size, anything like that. But what I'm after is the model name, or it could be description as long as you've set these up, but I want the name of the model. So that model name, I'm going to say, okay. And there you're going to see it, and it sits right there. Now I'm going to need to fix that here just a second. That was obviously. Second, get this right here. Now instead of 12 inches, I want it to be 1/8 of an inch. Why is it there twice? I don't know. All right. So there now, instead of, it was defaulted to 12. I forgot to check the size. So now that's how that is done. And if I were to change the name of this sheet model, let's just call that sheet X. Really boring location. You see how it automatically updates that?
Mm-hmm.
Updates that. Now, that update, now let me undo that name change. So now I'm back to sheet one boring location. Now, for that to update for you automatically, you have to be in your annotate under this, or I'm sorry, no. It's in your model properties. So I'm selecting that, looking at my properties, and it says update fields automatically. I've got set to true. Otherwise, if it's not, it won't update this unless you go here under annotate and say update all fields.
Okay.
So some people do that because they have a lot of fields and they don't want, every time they switch, they don't want to have it recompute and do all that kind of stuff all the time. So anyway, that's a little bit about how these are set up. And that's why it's always best to start with these as templates because they're all set up correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And these sheet models you look down here in its properties, you see, well, that's, let me see this. The sheet model, yeah. You see, I'm set it up to inches. So now I know that when my inches, and I've got my accuracy type set to fractional. So that way, when I put in text sizes, all I have to do is type in 1/8. I don't have to convert feet to inches. And yet my default model is set up as survey feet. So I can, 100-foot line's a 100-foot line.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that's now got us prepared. And what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of a couple of things here. We're going to actually, in this default model, this is where they had all of their information. And I had referenced it. I had attached into that. These are those drawings from, this is like that TSNL that we're going to copy, that we're going to use from. Okay, and that one's probably turned off. It should be up, and this one, well, they're both off. Let me see.
I need to
Yeah,
use the restroom, Ken.
I think what I did was I copied all those in. All right, so not only restroom, but it's lunch break. We'll come back and finish setting this thing up. So let's just go ahead right here and save our work. I saved settings right there.
Okay.
And we'll come back to this. It's take an hour. We'll come back at 2 o'clock and pick back up, and we'll wrap this one up. And then we'll talk about what's a better generic approach. And I'll find a different model that's some that you can copy from.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Ken. See you too.
All right. Now you guys are both free to exit the session and rejoin if you
I'll
wish.
just leave it.
You can
Yeah,
leave.
I'll do
either
the same.
one.
Just
Okay,
if you
but
stop the recording, because during my lunch I got
Yep.
to do stuff for Dave. So
exactly right. So first thing to do though is I'm going to stop the remote control, and then I'll stop your share. And then I'm going to
let's stop the recording.
do something. I gotta pause the recording. Oh boy, there it is. Anushka, welcome back. Did you
Hello.
you can still hear us okay?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Okay, good deal.
Yep.
So Chuck, if you'll go ahead and share your screen again.
Yep. Number 2. And then ask for control.
Yeah. And there you go.
And you say I confirm and approve.
Oh, just making sure you guys can hear me, right?
Yep. We can
Yes.
hear you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so we now have, again, we've already set up some sheets and all that. In fact, I did what was it, sheet 4 was the one that we arranged. Now that's going to actually wind up being our sheet, I don't know, 10 or something, 8, 6, whatever number, because we've got a number of these different ones to do. So we'll rename this one when we get to it. Now, these other ones are from a different, or from that other job. I don't need those really. And now when I did that, I got rid of that default -1.
Mhm.
So if you look at this sheet 1, you're going to see it's missing all of this stuff, right?
Okay.
Because I got rid of that model. So we're going to use the model from that other file and bring it into our default. So we're going to go here. We have no elements in here. You see if I do a zoom extents, it says no elements found. So now I've got Now, Anushka, are you familiar with like these snaps and stuff down here?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So, so we're going to be looking at that other file. In fact, we're going to look at all of those files in just a second here. So I'm going to go back out to um, our location here, and we were in this working files, and this is that folder where the zip file, which was down here, it made a folder the same name, and that's where their files are. So in fact, if I open this up on the side, I'm gonna get to that folder. So now these are all the different files. So we've got one of them is a completely different job number. I doubt we need it. But let's take a look at it for a second. I'm going to right click and I'm going to say open with, and I'm going to use our Open Roads Designer. So it's going to open a DWG. It's going to put it in DWG mode. And DWG, of course, is an AutoCAD file. And it says, of course, AutoCAD has no idea what units are. So we'll say US survey feet. And once this comes up, we're just going to take a look about what it looks like and see if that is any relevance for us, so, or whether we can safely ignore it. Now, you see all of the little sheet models they've got in here?
Mhm.
Those are the different paper space models that they've created. And you can see, you know, like right now I'm in DP01, and that was, it looks like a title block or something. There's CS Davidson, there's their little scale, their bar scale. All right, so let's see what their model has in it. So look at that, and it's basically just looks like some drainage. Yeah, looks like some storm networks. Let's see if they've got any attachments. No attachments. Let's see what kind of file freezing they've got going on. Looks like everything's open. So that file's probably had nothing to do with anything for us. Let's look at, say, layout 4 and just take a peek. It's a not for construction sheet. Looks like somebody over there doesn't really know much about what they're doing. All right. So we're going to close that file and we're going to open up this other one called design. Now, TSNL is probably the one we want, but let's just take a look just to make sure. Now, it's pretty rare that you'll get a DWG from you guys, you know, from the other guys. Now, they've got a number of attachments here that are missing. That's why they're red. It's referencing this 1605 design, the one we just looked at. So it's there, as well as this one, or no, that one is, looks like the base mapping. It says field with BH design. And this one is the design. So that's basically where they clip that part out. And looks like this stuff is right here in, no, that's also in BH design. Let's look at maybe some of this stuff in here. See that this stuff is actually in this model file itself. So anyway, looks like this is a pretty comprehensive model. They've got this, you know, where, and you see they're one of these people that do everything in model space, and then they just plot the sheets, and that's fine, but it's rather inefficient because model space should be reserved for things to go exactly in the coordinate space that they occupy. Now I say that, and yet Carlson does profiles and sections off to the side like that as well, and then references them into a paper space. But anyway, that's That's there. Let's see if they froze off anything here. Nope. And all good. Yeah, so everything's there and visible. And this one's in the BH design. All right, so that looks like a comprehensive put together of everything. So let's now go take a look at the one we're after. This BH design, we've already, with BH, I don't know if that means borehole or not. Let's take a peek and see.
I would hope so.
Well, it could be somebody's initials, who knows?
But I hope so.
So let's see, do we have? Don't really see any boreholes. That's all their drainage stuff. Let's look here. That's the bridge and profile. Yeah, again, pretty comprehensive. Let's now just go to the TS&L. All right, so this TS&L, and again, these are individual sheet models. There's sheet 1, here's sheet 2, and sheet 3. So sheet 1's going to have most of our geometry in it. Let's see if they're geometry. Okay, so they're actually in the geometry and they're referencing these other
Drawings in.
drawings. Let's see, they've got that one's on, that one's on, that one's on. I don't understand, why do they have this one in here twice? Let's see if this one, see, there's that. Model. Oh, one is 5681 8000 design, one 1605 2600 design. So the 8000 is the bridge.
So if you highlight the borehole one, will it show if that's the borehole one or just somebody's initials?
Well, we'll see it in a second. I think it's the base mapping. No, this is the 1605, and that's all that drainage. So we don't really even need that stuff in ours. No, this borehole, see, that's all of that.
Yeah, that's everything.
And now again, but see, it's live nesting and it's digging down into all of the references that it has as well. So, all right, so let's take a look now and see what we need to peel out of this. So the first thing we need to look at is this right here, which is the sheet. And we're going to take all of this information put into our title block, okay? So the easiest way to do that, I have found, is to take this. Now, we're in two different sessions. I've got two files open. So I'm going to select all of this and I'm going to tentative snap. That means I'm going to snap with both mouse buttons. So it locks onto that point. And now I'm going to come up here and copy, which is right here. So I'm going to copy that. And then I'm going to go down here to your microstation. We're going to go over here and we're going to go to our title block model. And then we're going to paste. And we're going to see, now that's going to be way too huge. So this is probably 1/12. I'm going to say a sheet size differential. Yeah, see that's, so I'm just going to put this over here. Just use that as a reference so we can change ours. Okay. So the first thing we need to get is this, the bridge, the BMS structure ID, which is right here. And if I highlight that, right click and copy. Okay. Now I'm going to go to hours and I'm going to put that in this same spot right here, which is this. Now I'm going to right click and choose paste unformatted so it keeps our I want the end dash. Anyway, it keeps our fonts and everything in sizes if I do it unformatted. Otherwise, it will put in what they have. Now, Anushka, what I'm doing right here is setting up a particular dash that's wider than just that little hyphen looking thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to put it in the favorites so that we can get to it. And they have to, there's so many alternate character sets here. Let's see here. And this is just me being an engineer by classical definition. Now, here's all these dashes. There's a hyphen, a non-breaking hyphen, a figure dash, an N dash, an M dash, and a quotation dash. So I'm going to use, first of all, this figure dash. If I select that, then that's there. Let me go back now and see that was, I'm going to add all of these to favorites. That's a figure dash. Here's an N dash.
Can you choose more than one when you do the add favorites or no?
Yes, well, yeah, that's what I'm doing now. You already had the M dash, and let's go ahead and add the quotation dash. All right, so now, see these favorites?
So if you had one in there that you already had, let's just say you copied all 5 of those, Ken, and you had one in already, would it tell you you've already got that as a favorite or no?
Good question. Let's see. Let's start
I'm just
there.
asking because,
Yeah, I don't know. So, see, it says, if I right click, it says remove it from favorites.
Okay.
So yeah, it gives you that.
Okay.
All right, so now I'm just going to take these and change all these to be the N dash. Probably should even be the figure dash, but N dash is typographically, that's what it should be, is an N dash. And they are named, by the way, for the letters N and M, as in the width of that character. All right, now that is an NA, so we'll change that one to an A, but we need the bridge key. So we'll right click and copy. And that was from theirs. We'll go to ours. And right here, now there are dashes underneath this. There were not here. That was just pure text. There's dashes up here as well. And so actually this stuff. Now, excuse me, this is sort of like a field, but it's a placeholder. It's an enter data field, 36 characters, and it has this value. Now, if I make that just blank, then it's going to show up. Now, those are all the placeholders for that field.
So they
So
did that so you could actually just type your characters is what you're saying.
Yeah, and you have to give it the length and all that. It
Okay.
takes that length and centers it, or left or right, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
All right, so we've now made it blank. Now you see the blanks here because it's set to be visible here in this thing, but we're going to actually take this, and that's actually going to be, let's make it say 4, and we'll type N/A. and say okay. And now this bridge key, we're going to paste. Now this time, because it didn't say paste unformatted, because it's already holding the format because it's a data field.
Okay.
And so, and you notice one of the options there is to drop, so you can turn it into plain text if you need to for whatever reason. So now there it is, and I made that 4 so it had a little bit of space like this one does. In fact, it might need to maybe instead of 4, just make that 3 and see what that does for us. And see how that scooted that a little closer. So now that matches that. And now City of York needs to go in here. So we're going to say, take this guy out. Actually, what I want to do is I want to leave this in here in case you copy it over for something else. So I'm going to put a little fence around it. Oh, no, I'm not. Sorry. This is not reference. It's right here. So I'm going to go ahead and just take it out. Now this guy, I'm going to say City of York. And we're going to now, we want to center it in our place. So if I look at its justification over here, its center baseline, if I change this to be center middle, and it just happened to be lined up with that. But the way you can do that, let's say it's sitting, way over here, and you want to put it centered into that space. If you select it and move it, now I'm going to hover, and you see how I grabbed that spot? So I'm going to go there, and now it wants to know where I want to move it to. So I'm going to move it to, first of all, the midpoint of this line. I'm going to hover over it, and I'm going to type O and A. That says my AccuDraw origin. So now I'm going to lock it onto this axis. And I need to go to here, set the O, and come down to here and say divide by 2, except it's doing it the other direction. All right, let's move it from here to here then. And here's another little trick. If I place a line, I'm going to start from here as O, AccuDraw. I'll come out here and click, and now I'm going to lock on this axis by hitting enter, and I'll go down to that. Okay, so now I've got a little line I can go to the midpoint of. So now I'm going to choose this tool under manipulate called align elements by edge, and I'm going to align the horizontal center. There's my source. There's my target. Make sure I don't have copy checked. So I'll choose that. Left click to accept it, right click to finish it, select that and delete it. All right, so oops, I guess there we go. All right, so now we got City of York. Let's see what that looks like over here on theirs. Again. Okay, Luzerne County. Whoops. Oh, that Luzerne County, that was ours. All right, so they've got bridge number. All right, so that's how they've got it done. They've got it up here with, theirs is up the top. Now we're centered, so I think we're going to leave ours alone. All right, so bridge number, then the route, and then the over, and then what it is, and then City of York goes down there in the bottom. All right, so back to ours. So these two lines here are going to basically be this bridge number 430 replacement. And SR blah, blah, blah will be, and over that creek will be the next 3 lines. And then this line would be the 3-span composite steel plate girder bridge. And then we're going to leave structure borings as they are. Now notice our text has multiple different heights and things like that. So we want bridge number 430 replacement, which we'll right click and copy, right click off of it and come back over to here. And now for these 2 right in here, and we'll go out here to this last edge and right click and paste unformatted. All right, so that's now going to be that. And then that's going to say the route and over. So first of all, we'll copy that. And we'll come here and say both of these and say paste unformatted. And then the over was Cadorus Creek. We'll copy that. Come back to here and say for over. Paste unformatted. Okay, now we need this 3-span composite steel plate girder bridge. And then we're not going to have foundation plane, general plane. We're going to have structure borings. So this is the structure identification, which is this. Okay. So now what I want you guys to do, let's see. I am going to stop remote control. Now, Anushka, I want you, if you see that little controller up on there's a little box with Biret sees screen written.
Yeah, I see it.
And it's got his picture in it. You thought you didn't show your picture yet, but it's showing up there. All right, so right click the dots and request remote control. So I want you to do this so we can, I want to, talk you through so you know how to do the text edit.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think I have the control now, I think.
And it should, once he approves, then it should say, there you go, now.
Okay.
So we're gonna double click the text we want to copy from.
Okay, so that's not this one. That's
Correct.
this one, right?
Yeah, but it's the line that we want is the 3-span composite steel plate. See, they
Right.
have those individual text lines, so we're going to get them individually. There you go.
Copy.
Now, by the way, you don't have to close that with the X. If you right click in the white space out of the editor, it will do the same.
It'll exit. Okay. So
Now,
that should go here, right?
yeah, now you see ours is all one paragraph. And so we're only, so you're going to double click the whole thing. And now go down and find that, except you need the T.
Oh,
Yeah. No. Right click, leave it like it is. And right
okay.
right click and choose paste unformatted.
Okay.
Oops.
Oh.
Now, all right. Right click in the white space outside of the editor in the drawing. In the drawing part itself. There you go. Right click. There you go. Now try it again. You've already got it copied. Now double click it, highlight it, and paste unformatted. There you go. Now,
Okay.
look at the 3 dash. Since we're being anal retentive as engineers, we're going to take that dash out and put in an N dash. So we highlight it and choose the S, the little S in the circle. There you go. Pull that down and choose N dash, which is
Oh, we favorited it. So,
right there.
and
There you go. Perfect. Now left click in the drawing and that will accept your changes.
okay.
Now we are good with ours, except we need to center it in our space. Okay, so we're going to move that. Let's see, let's right click it and, or not right click it. Let's just select it and look in the properties, and justification says center top. Let's change the justification. See, click off of it a minute. Now click it again. Now over into properties, see where it says formatting, and down below, keep going down, 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 right?
Yeah.
Keep going, justification, center top. Change that to center middle. So we've got something to line it. Okay, now, so it's too high, and we're going to need to move it down. Now you could do that if you want, but we're going to do it exactly.
Okay.
So right now, we're going to, now it's centered left, right, because that's the way it started out. It was already centered. So let's draw a little helper line that goes from the end of, those two border lines. So let's go up and choose play, or click off of it, and then go up and choose place a smart line. There you go. And we're gonna go down at the bottom where your snaps are.
Here?
No, bottom of the screen, all the way to
Okay.
snaps.
Yeah.
Go get that one right there, near snap. Now go up and get to just to the, you don't want to be over top of the other. We want just get the second line down from the top, but not at its end point. All right, right in, yeah, either one. You go, all right, from
Yeah.
there. Nope, nope, don't go all the way to the end. We want just, nope, 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 go back
Oh,
close.
sorry.
It's all right. No, no, go right in there. So click
Okay.
the left mouse and start moving up. All right, now see you're on that axis. Now, before you do this, hit the enter key and that will lock it to that axis. Okay, now you can go up and get the end point of the line above it that you're targeting. Go over and snap to the end point. Go ahead and move to the end. No, 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 back now to the left. Go to the left. See that little plus there. Now it's yellow, click that. Whoops, you missed it just a little bit.
Oh.
That's all right. That's all right. Click, right click, just right click the mouse. All right, now select your, all right, there it is. Now select that. No, wait a minute. Now, so what you want to do is you want, or first, right click in the drawing space somewhere just to get off of it. All right, now select it with the arrow. No, don't, yeah, just, yeah, there you go. Select it. Now you got your grips. Now we're going to move that one grip and we want to lock it down to that drawing. So we're going to click on that grip. Now you see your axis is in place, so stretch it up to toward the top and hit the enter key so that you stay on that axis.
Like right here is good?
Yeah, just hit enter. Now you see if you move to the end point of the line you're trying to match, whoops, no, you're not locked. All right, you're going to have to right click and reselect it. If you don't do it fast enough, it brings that other one up. All right, so now it's your grip. Click, go up and hit enter now.
I did.
Okay, now move to the end of that left line. Right now, go to the end. There you go. Now, now click it. There you go. Now you're locked
Okay.
right on there. Okay, now click off of it. Just click anywhere, deselect. Now you've got something to line your text up with, middle. So we're going to go up to the manipulate box at the top in the ribbon. And to the lower right corner, you see that the lower right there. That is the align elements by edge. So click that and you pull down that alignment list and you see all the different ways you can align it. So we're going to align the horizontal center. So if we choose that, now it says select a base element. So you want to go over there and click on your, and it says that down on the bottom of the status bar, down all the way at the bottom of the screen. Down, way down on
Oh,
the lower left.
Oh, okay. I see it.
It says select a base element for alignment. So just select the vertical line you just drew. Click it, and now it says select the element to align. Now it's selected. You see it's dashed up there. Now click on your text and it will preview, and that's
Oh,
just click off of it somewhere, click the left mouse to accept it, and now the right mouse to finish the command. All right, now get your arrow and select your line and delete it. And you can either do the X that pops up, or you can do the delete on your keyboard, or you can hit that X. Either one's fine. Okay, we are golden with that. Now let's change the S43393 to L522. You see what they have at L522. So what do we need first, though? Well, you could just edit it if you want it, but or double click it and copy it.
copy.
Right click off of, now click hours. And right click, paste and format it. And what did I tell you about anal retentive engineers and dashes?
Right.
Now, you guys, please, by all means, don't waste a lot of time worrying about things like that. But now left click and it's taking care of that. Okay, now that's there. Now we also need to add that little city of York. You see how they had it sort of tucked in? If we go back, hover back down on the taskbar of the screen over the microstation icon. No, all the way down at the bottom of the total computer screen in the middle.
Oh.
You see the mic, hover the mouse over that and go to theirs, which is the one on the right. Click there. Now just visually look at where they had that city of York sort of stuck
Mhm.
here, and it's sort of smallish looking
Yeah.
size. So that's what we want to sort of replicate.
Okay.
So let's go back to ours. So hover over the icon again on the bottom and switch to ours, which is that one. There you go. Now we don't want to, well, we could do this. Let's do it this way. Go ahead and select that. And go up to the, well, no, don't
Just select it normally.
select it. We're going to move it.
Okay.
Okay. And so, yeah, there you go. Move there. And and you can, there you go. And just eyeball, getting it where it looked like it was like right in there. Maybe a
That
little
might be a little too far.
That's all right. Just slide it and now slide it back.
Mm,
Stay on that axis. There you go. Keep going over. Just, all right.
should I move it a little bit more?
Yeah.
Where's
Zoom
that?
in, pull in with the,
Oh.
roll in with the wheel on the mouse. There you go. That looks good. That looks real good. Now
Uh-oh.
right
Oh.
click somewhere. Just right click.
Okay.
There you go. Perfect. Now, let's suppose by the, in case you move that and you have it right someplace else and you accidentally tweak it off somewhere else, you can go ahead and accept it and then just do an undo and it moves back to the last position.
Mhm.
Now, here's what we need to do. Go ahead and click off of it. Now, notice it has a color and a text font and all that that's completely different from ours. So we're going to match ours. Okay.
Okay.
In fact, we're going to match the line up at the top that says BMS structure ID number, all that stuff. We're going to match that as our text. So we're going to, first of all, choose the, up in the modify ribbon, there's that pull down palette. See that? One more up, the artist palette, run to the right.
Oh, here.
So yeah, so click that. And we want to match, go ahead and, what we want to match is the level. So we're going to click on level, color, which is fine. No, we don't
Mhm.
change it yet. I'll show you a
Okay.
short trick. So level, color, and weight.
Mhm.
And what we're going to match is ours. So we're going to, if we need to find out what ours is, but we can do that with the medicine dropper that's over there to the right. There you go. Click that. Now go ahead and click our BMS structure ID text. So we click that and you see how it filled out everything.
Ooh.
And now
Yeah.
go down and click your city of York. And now
Oh,
click,
nice.
okay. So now we've set the color, weight, and level. So we're done with that command. Now we're going to need to match the fonts, and that's on a different set of menus.
Okay.
So
I can
now
X out of this one.
you can. And now click the element selection arrow. When you close that box, you're actually closing that whole box.
Oh,
Yeah. So if you click the arrow, it dismisses it. That's the way you typically do that. Now,
okay.
go to the annotate menu at the top, or third one or four. There you go. Click. Now, under there, you see there's place text, edit text, change text attributes.
Mhm.
Yeah, so we want that little icon that's to the right of that one in the middle. It says match text attributes. So we're going to match, and we're going to select that one right there. Click. And now it says accept or reject. So you just click off of it somewhere to accept. Okay, so now we've set the style and everything else, and the height and all that. Now we're going to change the text attributes. So that's the bigger icon to the left of that. There you go. And so that's going to pop up. Now look inside, look at that text settings, and you see that arrow that points to the bottom. No, go to the right, no, over.
Oh, here.
Yes. Open that up. Now, so what we want to change is the font, the height and the width, line spacing, that's fine, enter character. And you see the justification is set to center top.
Yeah.
That we're going to leave ours justified just like it is. And we're just going to take that and we're going to now click. It says identify the element. So click on City of York. Now click off of it. Now you see it's got the same height, the same font, everything that matches
Yeah.
that BMS. So now get your arrow tool from the top line there, or go back to home, get it either way. Now you've finished that up. Now we are done with that particular exercise. So zoom out a little bit and let's select that source material and delete it. And you can just do a crossing window. But there you go, except you missed the L522.
Oh, I'll get it.
It's all right, you can get it again later. There we go. Now, that's good to go. Now, notice it still says District Geotechnical Engineering date. Those really good placeholders. Let's say they come back, because Watt told us to leave it blank. But let's say they come back next week and said, all right, they want you to put this in there and this date and this person's name. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave that in here. And we're going to go to our sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, and go ahead to that one, and I'll show you what we're going to do. You're going to double click it.
Can you just turn it off, Ken?
What's that?
Can you just turn it off?
It's not on a separate layer or level.
Okay.
If we did, it would take all the text off.
Okay.
So double click that. Now let's zoom in down there. And we're going to mask this, because this, if you hover over that same text down there, you see it says it's in a reference. So we're going to mask that particular reference, and we're just going to mask it so it doesn't show through. But it will be there. If you want you to go back and do it, then you're going to come back to this sheet and delete the mask. Okay. All right. So I'm going to let me see if I request remote control, does that take it away and give it to me? Let's try that and see.
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah. Okay. So now, so what I'm going to do is, because I'm in the actual sheet itself, I'm referencing the title block, which has this in it. But I'm going to go up here and get my fence tool, and I'm going to choose a block. So I can just do a rectangle. And I'm going to come down here and click and go out to here and click. Now that's my fence that's set, but I need to mask this reference. So I'm going to bring up my attach tool so I can get the reference showing, which is right here. See, this is a different one that I got rid of earlier. So this particular one right here And then I'm going to right click or choose up here. I think you can choose mask. I think if I select it, I can say clip, but I don't want to clip, I want to mask. So if I mask, I come up here to my tool settings, make sure it says use reference. That's fine. Use the list if you want. But now if it says accept or reject the fence clip mask. So I'm going to accept it by left clicking. And so now there it is. And when I click away from it, to see the mask shows up. So let's say they come back and 3 weeks later and they say they want to put that on the first sheet. You just go to this first sheet. You don't see anything, but if you highlight it, you go, ah, there's a mask there.
Mhm.
And you see, in fact, what's this over here? Huh. Yeah, that was from something else that they had done in the original. I guess I could put a fence around this to set that as my. Now this is going to be a clip. Method active fence. I'll set that. There we go. Now, whatever that was out there is no longer going to be showing. We're only going to have what's there. And so if they come back and say, yeah, I want you to put those back in, you simply select this. You see, there's a mask there. And when it's selected, you right click and say delete clip. And when you do that, it's going to ask you to enter select the clip boundary or mask. So if you went out here and grabbed this one, it would unboundary it, but we're going to unmask it. So we're going to select that mask and see that goes away. And so that puts it back and lets you change it. But then what, yeah, so then when you click off of it, it's saying, I'm going to undo that. So it's now remasked. Now what happens is if you, because Tariq always liked to only have that on the first sheet, but have dates showing up on the second sheet. So these things are actually in each sheet, but it's still masked. You see those masks there that were from the original title block that's referenced. So I'll mask all that out, but then I added these in. Now I just copied them from this being unmasked. So and here's how we do that. I'll go ahead and get rid of these. And so what we did was we came here and he said, let's delete clip and let's get rid of both of these. All right, so that's what we had before. And I wanted to bring in this, I wanted to do I want this line to be exactly like it is on the first sheet, but go all the way to the cross, and then I'm going to center the date. So I'm going to take one of these lines like this one right here. I'm going to select it. It's in the reference file. But if you right click it and choose copy and click a point of reference, up here is fine. And then anywhere you want to do it. Now that copies it from the reference into this file. So if I turn my reference off, you see I've got it there. And so now what I want to do is I'm going to select this. I'm going to drag this out here to go to that same distance. So now I've got that line in my drawing. Now I'm going to take this word and I'm going to copy it. And I'll just copy it to the same spot. There it is. Now I'm going to mask this guy again so that you no longer see the two lines and the date and the engineer. So I'm going to go up here to Fence Tools, type is set to block, and I'm going to draw this all the way across like this. I'm going to select it, and I'm going to say masks the reference, accept my contents. There it is. Now, it's not centered. How do we center it? We get this alignment tool and we're going to center it by the vertical center this time. Centered here and here. Left click to accept, right click to conclude. So that's how you would put those in these individual sheets, you know, in case they come up and say they want to do that. All right. So we're going to, right now, because they told us to leave them blank, we're going to go to each one of these sheets. We didn't put it in that one. We did put it in this one, I think. Yeah. So we're going to take all of these out. I think that's the one we just did. Yep. Go here. And we'll just select them. All right, so now we are good to go to set up this sheet, which is the actual boring location map. And this other one, the sheet 2, that's one of the middle sheets that has the log sheet in it. Sheet 3 was another one of the middle sheets. But I'll show you what we're going to do with that. We're going to actually delete this one, delete that whole model. So it goes away. And now we've got sheet 1's our first one. Sheet 4 was our last one. I'm going to actually name this one instead of sheet 4 right now. And I noticed the description never got updated. So I'm just going to call this one for now temporarily sheet X. Sheet X. Oops. As a description. So now they'll be fine. All right, so now back to here, back to that, and sheet 2 is the one with all the logs, and sheet X is the one with the concluding chemistry and the final note. Now, we've already done this one, except the last bit we need is the total number, and we don't know that one yet. Okay, but see how this is all showing up because it was in that reference and that's being referenced into this. So that's going to be our final. We don't know this one. We know sheet 2, that's going to be our first one. So we're going to put in all of those boring logs in order that they had. So let's go back to sheet 2. And now I'm going to close this off. And now remember, like we did on this sheet 4, where we changed these to be the different, we had to get a different file name for each one. So we're going to leave, and we left this little text on these because we wind up using the whole sheet. So I didn't clip those off. But so we're going to want, so right now I got box culvert, wings B and C, obviously a different job. Right. Okay, so Chuck, I'm going to let you drive on this one. So we want to go to our raster references. So we do our attached tools and pull the arrow down, choose raster manager. There we go. Now you see what we've got. The signature we're going to, first of all, let me close off of that one a minute. Let's see. Let me go back and do something I forgot to do. This has his seal and his signature in it. Okay, so if I go to references, now see, this is in, it's coming from Bradford Bridge. All right, so that's not the one I want. I want, and I just want to keep it together.
Right.
So what I'm going to do is I double click it and I get my file name. I'm going to choose browse. And now I'm going to make sure, and this should have been done. If it had said save relative path, that would have been fine. I wouldn't have to change this. So this is probably a bad example to have started with, but anyway. So we're going to make sure it says save relative path, and that's why I copy those same directories over. Now, instead of being in that other one that's, where we were, I'm gonna right click this directory down here. And I'm gonna make sure we're in our city of York. There's the first one we can find. And I'm gonna go to references. And there's Tariq at, Professor George CEO. So I'm going to say that. And so that's just going to change the file that it references now. Notice it still says reference, but it's pointing to Market Street.
Right. It's not going
And
somewhere else.
it's now relative. So if I copy this into another job and do it, it will look at its current directory, go up a level, go into reference, find it, and you won't have to do that again. Now we'll need to do that again now for this guy. Now these guys don't have, these ones you always have to change the file name because it doesn't have a save relative path. I wish they'd get that together, but it's different. But anyway, so I'm going to come down here. Let's see, I'm in geotext. Let's go to working files, and that's in references. And that's his Tariq, Sig, no background. We'll open that, say okay. And so now that's referenced correctly in the title block. And let's go to sheet 1 and do the same. Well, we don't need to do the same thing with that one because, oh, wait a minute, yeah, we do. I'm in the wrong thing. I want these attached tools. So now I've got his signature in here twice. I've got it once, here, and once up here. Okay. So we're going to change this one twice, and you can't do them together for whatever reason. You have to do them individually. So file name. Now we hit this, and I think it keeps, yeah, see, it keeps where you last were. So I'll just reference that or double click that file. And it keeps all the scaling, everything correct. So right click file name.
Is it grayed out?
What's going on? It's in. Oh, I think I know. Oh, I know why. And it's gray because that's the raster that's showing through from, this is originally in, I can find it. See the reference down here below where it's popping up? It says reference. That's coming from the title block reference. And that's why up here, when we referenced it, we'll go back to the referencing the title block, it's on live nesting. So if we said live nesting, if we turned that off, well, no. I guess live nesting doesn't apply to that. However, this one is in this file. It's not in our file. So it's being referenced from the title block. So that part's okay. But up here, we had to add it separately, but it still shows up as listing twice. So once in ours, and then once here. And I don't think it, well, it does give a file name down here. That's its own file name. It's not reference Tariq me. Yeah. Anyway, it's because it's embedded in the actual border reference. Okay, now a couple other things. This up here is simply a piece of text centered right over the line there.
Okay.
This is a date left justified right over here, and it says $date, $. That gets replaced at plot time with our pen table.
So, all right, let me ask you. So
We have
where's the date actually come from, Ken? Is it the date that you plot them that it puts in there, or the
That
date?
will be the date that it's plotted. That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
And that's the way Tarika always wanted it done.
Okay.
And we've got the same thing down here for date and time. Now, there's another thing here. If I go to plot, see this PDF table?
Mm-hmm.
If I edit that table, I could embed those in here. I've got others like multiple dollar date, dollar, blah, 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 blah. That's for some other things that I've been using.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it takes a specific type of formatting and keywords and all that kind of stuff. And it's a whole series of if and else ifs and if thens and blah, blah, blahs. It's too difficult to do. But if you do that in here, then these will show up in, well, it still shows up at plot time, but you would see them. See what I'm trying to say? Oh, it's just another place to do it. But what we're going to do is we're going to attach our pen table. So we're going to choose here. And again, we're going to go to our, see, well, this is back in SR 118. So we're going to pull this down and get our City of York. And these are in resources. And there it is, the boring logs pen table. And I use that for every one of these boring logs jobs. And so that's going to be there. Now, if I'm going to do a plot preview, and you can see down here the date and time, and see up here the date. I can't really, can't really get it big enough to be legible in the preview. But you see, it's filled those out,
Mm-hmm.
and it will always fill those out at plot time. So, and you always want to check those kind of things when you're doing it. Okay. All right. So now we need a couple of other things to do here. Let me see something here. Item has been delivered. Sorry, a text dialogue going on with my wife back in Pittsburgh. All right. So now we need to change this table, the test boring data, and these notes, just like we did before. Now, Chuck, I told you I was gonna let you drive, so you drive. So go to our attached tools, rasters, and the general notes and legends sheet 1. Right click and file name. Very good. We navigate, make sure we're in City of York. We are, but we're in
Was it this
the
one?
working files. So we want to be in, we're going to go up a level here. I'm just going to click there and do that. And we go to structure log parts.
Okay.
And so that's going to be called notes first page. And you see the last job, he called that general notes and legends sheet 1.
Okay.
So whatever he calls it, you can figure it out. So just double click that or choose open, either one. And now hit OK. And now that's been done. Now scroll in up there and make sure everything lines up. You know, sometimes if the page, you know, if it's moved, you might have to move these references. You know, like if there was more space and it's shot down a little bit, you might have to come in here and move this MTA, his signature, and this date to follow it. But everything lined up. So that was good for that one. Now let's get the other one, which was,
Boring location table.
yep. Remember, we've already done the signature, so we don't need to do that one.
Boring location would be this one.
Yep. Okay, now scroll in there and look at that one. And you see it's chopped off.
Yeah, the line at the bottom's gone.
Yeah, so the first thing you want to do is select it in the list location table, right click and choose unclip. Well, there you go. Now, just click in the list, click off of it. Down in the list. Okay, there you go. Now draw your fence and let's clip it so it's nice and tight around the edges. Yeah, just anywhere there. You don't, yeah, I wouldn't try that. Yeah, like that. Perfect. There you go. And now in your list, right click and clip. Now it says accept or reject, so we accept. Oop, what happened? No, click off here to the right, or just click left click.
Okay.
Clicking.
It says down at the bottom, accept or reject.
Oh, let me see. All right, so now the fence is in place. Location table, right click and clip. Accept. There we go. Yeah, for whatever reason, it wasn't doing that.
Okay.
So now you see it's over top of all this stuff. We're going to move it. So let's first move our plan, our scale out of the way. And that's just a bunch of things here. We're just going to go back to home, move, and let's just move it up to the side somewhere. And let's figure out where we're going to put this. So this one, you can do it several ways, Chuck. You can select it in the list, right click and move, or raster references work just like elements. So if you click off of the list, just click anywhere off. There you go. Now just select it to go to the boundary of it. There, click it. Now go up to the regular microstates and move tools. So you can do that like that. It's different from the way referencing works.
Okay.
And you can just, in fact, I would, just anywhere you want it. Well, I wouldn't put it up in the middle. I'd get it down near the bottom. So yeah, like that, but not quite that far. There you go. Click. All right, now right click off the side. So now we've got our table is there. Now we may have to reposition it, depends on how our mapping is going to fit. Okay. So let's get our mapping in there next. Now that we're done with the raster stuff. So now let's work on the vector stuff on the graphics part. So we're going to come down here to the references list. And now
we're going to attach.
This is the old one.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to detach that one.
Okay.
So we're going to attach the geometry. Now we haven't done that yet. We haven't got theirs yet. So I'm going to go back here to our default model.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing in it. And we're going to attach their drawing. Now remember, it's in DWG.
Right.
And the one we want, I think, is let's see, let's look at its model. All right, so this is the model. Wow, it's got all kinds of crap in it. Let me see. Superstructure only. I don't want any of that crap. Let me see. See, right up here is what we want. So let's take a look at our model. There it is. So that's design. There's the base information. I don't know that we need. Yeah, we'll need some of it. And there's this design, which was what? Let's see what's lighting up. There's that design. Oh, it's not even on. If I turn it on. All right, so that has, that's those drainage things. We don't need that stuff there. So I'm not even going to worry about that. So we're going to reference this and this. So we need the base mapping and we need the design. All right, so those would be the ones that we want to get. Now, remember, we're in their drawing. So let's go back now to here, to ours, and let's reference. Go ahead now, right click and attach or hit the icon for attach.
Okay, so right click, attach.
Now, we're going to, no, we're in wherever we were last time. We're at Market Street working files. So we're going to be in, we need to go up a level. And we need to be in the, wait a minute, I'm sorry, go back to working files. That's where we were. Now, you see that TSNL standard?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let me see something quick.
Okay, yep. Mm-hmm.
Just noticed a file name information from CS Davison. Yeah, it's nothing.
Comments.
Comments on the foundation plan. Okay, so we don't need any of that. So CAD files, so it'll read DWGs as well. So we're going to go back up. We're in working, we're going to be in working files in the TSL standard. And we want this one and this one. So actually, if we open this up, we can take both of these, select them both,
Mm-hmm.
make sure save relative path is on.
Right. And then add.
Yeah, wait a minute. Is that the one? Yeah, I don't want the TSNL because that had all that other mishmash in it.
Right.
This one up here was the drainage. So I just want those two and we hit add.
Add.
And we're going to choose our method as being coincident world because we're not lining up a view.
Right.
We're
We're
going to
put
put
them right
this
on the coordinate base.
Okay. So go ahead and choose open at this point. Say okay. And say okay again. And now there they are. Yep. And we'll close off this for just a minute.
Okay.
And let's take a look at what we got. All right, so we've got this, we've got their contours, which we're going to freeze off. We've got all the text, everything that we're going to make match up. And we've got some scaling issues and with the fonts and this, that, and the other. So we're going to need to work on this stuff for our model space. Now, the easiest thing to do here is instead of trying to keep all of their stuff intact and manipulate this stuff with levels and things on and off and screw around with the text, sometimes it's easier just to take their geometry and bring it into our model directly, in which case we're going to merge these into our master. And so to do that, we're going to go back to our attach tools. And we're going to select both of those. So click one and then shift click the other and right click and choose merge into master. And it says select the view for merge. So click out there in the view and say okay. Now you're going to see them go away from the reference list. Okay, so we close that off. And now we've got everything in here and it's all set to colors and this and that and the other. And so we're going to make sure we're sitting at the right size that we're supposed to be. So his original was at 1 inch equals 20. So I'm going to select that default model. I'm going to go over into properties. You see it's at a 3/16 equals 1 inch. That's not what we want.
Okay.
Design scale and all that kind of stuff. We want this to be 1 inch equals 20 feet. Okay. So now that's going to take care of our line style scaling if they're set correctly. This is a real problem.
Is
See
that
these
because
contour lines over here, for instance? There's a
is
contour
that
line.
because it's a DWG though, Ken? Because of the
Yes,
two
yes, it
photos?
is.
Okay.
And if we look at the line style and you look at the scale, see that's a 1. So sometimes we have to set all those things down and make them all relative. So, but what we're going to do, because we only really need this amount of information, we're going to use this to clip out everything else that we don't need. So I'm going to take I'm not going to need this legal right of way. I'm going to just delete that. And let's see, do I need? It's all right of way. I'll delete that. 60 foot on top of curb. I don't need any of this stuff. Now these Pershing avenues, I'll leave those in there, I think. Let me see what we're going to need to do, because we're going to need to change fonts and sizes and things like that. But what I want to do is I want to set this up as a fence,
Mhm.
and I'm going to clip everything else so we don't have to worry about all this other crap out here. So let's go to your fence tools and choose the first one there, click. Now up at the top where it says fence type block, pull that down and choose element. And click that white frame. There you go. Now the fence is set.
Mhm.
And let's set the mode where it says fence mode says inside. Pull that down and choose void overlap, I think. All right. Or maybe pull that down instead of void over. I can't remember, void overlap or void clip. Let's try void clip first. Open up that little arrow to the lower right of that box. Let's see what that's. Okay, never mind. You can close that back. All right, so void clip. Now let's go up to the fence tools again and pull that little arrow down. And we're going to delete the fence content because we've said to use the void, which is on the outside. So say delete fence contents. Now it says accept the fence, accept or reject. So we're going to accept. So left click
I did.
anywhere.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I did.
Oh, okay. All right. It did what we wanted to a certain point. Yeah,
But it's still working.
yeah, there we go. All right, so that should be what we need, and we're good to go. All right, so now you can click on your fence tools again and choose place fence. And now change that back to block and inside, just so it's sitting there ready for you next time. Now just left click anywhere in the drawing. And that's fine, just there and yeah, just fine. So you just now set a new fence, there you go, now hit the, all right, just stop, click,
Left click?
yeah.
All right, I left
Now
click.
just go up and grab your arrow key. And just, well, set the fence again. See the fence tools?
Mhm.
Click that once, now hit the arrow key. There you go. All right, now we got everything here. Now let's take a look and make sure that they're in the right coordinate space so that our boreholes are going to line up in the right space.
Okay.
So let's go to the little stripe right up here. See that little B? That's for Bing maps or background maps.
Mhm.
And we're going to say, we want to look at an aerial view to make sure it lines up. Now, it's not going to line up now because we haven't set a coordinate space. So it's going to come up here and tell us this. Oh, I guess it did. It does have one set, but it's set to the wrong thing. All
Yeah,
right.
it's out in the field.
So obviously, so we're going to go to the utilities menu now, and we're going to change the coordinate system. Now, right now it's set to Pennsylvania North Zone. That's because the last drawing that I did that we copied this from, that's where it was set from. So
Maybe
this
Pennsylvania South for York.
this is in York, so it's south. So let's choose, we're going to change that. Now these two The two first icons there, the one with the globe and the book that lets you assign one. So go ahead and click that from the library. And you see you've already got in your favorites
Mhm.
up there, the NAT 83 South. Select that and hit OK. And now what we're going to do is we're correcting the system, we're not reprojecting. So it's set correctly. So we say OK. Now you can hit your arrow key again to get your, yeah, that'll work too. All right, now just zoom out and back in a little bit. There you go. Now zoom back in.
Looks pretty good.
Looks
I mean,
good to me. Okay, so everything's good to go. So now we can turn that part off. And there are Bing maps. The pull down right there. Yeah, pull that down and choose none. All right, so now we're set. But we're going to want our drawing to line up where the structure is horizontal on the page, which is sort of the same as the frame. So we're going to rotate this view. And that's just like standard microstation view rotation, which is no. If you do that, that rotates elements.
Okay.
So what we're going to rotate is the view. It's right here.
Okay.
Rotate view. And we're going to do it. There's several methods. We're going to do 2 points, and we're going to choose one point here, the other point here.
Okay.
So now that's lined up, ready for us to do it. Notice the north arrow, because remember before when it was unrotated, that was vertical, and this was kicked up at that angle, but on the opposite side. All right, so we're in good shape to start working here. So the first thing we're going to do is turn off the contours. So we're going to right click and choose level off. And we're going to point to this level. That's the temp minors. And these are the majors, I think. The P so that's proposed contours. Anything else we don't need? What is this? This is contour index. Down here's another contour index, looks like. And we don't need that label. What are these? Def points. We don't need def points on. That's an AutoCAD thing. We don't need the corridor link.
There's another contour line to the right.
What's that?
Contour line at the right at 30. Yeah, right there.
Well, yeah, that's a label. Yeah. So we'll get that label. And we want to keep the stationing. Let's see, we don't need this fill stuff. That's the sidewalk. That's on the concrete. What else? I think we'll leave the concrete maybe. We'll leave the concrete in the buildings. We don't need this section sample line. We don't need that's proposed center line. If I do that, I think that's fine on that. Now, what else do we have here? We've got temporary supports we don't need. We won't need the stone hatch or stones. We're just keeping what we want to show in ours as a reference. Now these level comments. Oh, a storm I don't need. I don't think I need comments. Now what is this? This is existing contours. Here's a line up here that says easement. We'll turn that off. What's this? Landscaping we don't need. We don't need, well, we'll keep fence line just as a point of visual reference. What's this? Another contour. All right, what about up here? We've got sidewalk we'll keep. What is this? Sidewalk center line, we don't need, what's this? Hydrology, that's the edge of the creek, I think. Yeah, we'll leave that alone for a minute. What is this? This is on. It's proposed alignment text. Now, if we turn that off, it might turn them off here as well. It would. So we don't want to freeze that level. So we may have to clean up some of those. No, we don't need the FEMA floodway. We don't need a bunch of stuff. What do we have here? We've got traffic. Question? Concrete D, sidewalk D, I have no idea what they're doing. I'm gonna turn those off just to clear up our drawing a bit. Existing road D. Let me see, I'm gonna stop this a minute and select this. No idea. Let me see. That back. Let's see what else. Bear with me just a minute. Let's see some of these D's that we turned off. Chuck, I'm going to pull this guy out a little bit here to get it out from underneath that. All right, so we got these D's. Existing traffic D. Don't think so. Existing sidewalk D. Wish I knew what D meant. Anyway, we'll leave their sidewalks on.
Probably means sidewalk, dummy.
And what do we have? If we take existing notes, I don't see anything going away from that. That could have been something got clipped.
Yeah, I did. I'm in the session with Ken right now though, so no, it's okay.
Feature line, no plot. We don't need those. That's a civil 3D thing. Base map text. I don't see anything going there. That's fine. CNO freeze. No. Nothing showing there. All right, so fence, sidewalk, PennDOT. Sidewalk. Sidewalk, PennDOT. What does that maybe mean? Sidewalk, PennDOT. See sidewalk. All right, so they just doubled them up. E hide. All right, let's see what goes away if we do that. That's the waterway itself, so we do need that, but why are they showing the waterway under the sidewalk? We may wind up turning our sidewalks off. I'm going to go back for a minute and look at theirs. Actually, let's see if on their sheet, let's see what they've done it. Do they have their, see, they're showing the sidewalks and that's a bank. Comes down off the bank. Sea wall. Yeah, see, they've got a bunch of notes and stuff here that we may have to come and borrow to put on ours just for some basic ID. We'll get a few. So this retaining wall, Cadorus Greenway. So we'll need that in there, but that comes from our reference. All right. There it is. So we'll get that. So we've got a retaining wall, but see this E-hide. Existing wall, existing wall, existing wall, or I'm sorry, existing hydro, and there's existing wall. So this is a proposed sidewalk. All right, I'm getting the picture. So they're going to build a wall out here in the creek, and they're going to take this wall, which is existing wall, D for demolish, and they're going to build another wall over here. Of course, it's on level default. All right, so let's see now, what we have to keep in mind is we're not designing the road with their drawings.
Right.
So we don't necessarily need to show everything there, but because this is part of this work, our boring locations are going to show up relative to this kind of stuff. So we're going to make our things that are
See you tomorrow.
demolished. See this existing wall here is called E-wall, VA wall, of course. E-wall, existing wall. That VA wall, that stands for, that survey aerial. And see, this is what I'm talking about. You get, there's existing concrete, there's existing wall. You know, it's all just a mishmash mess. So there's existing wall, VA wall, existing wall, existing wall. So that's the old, see, that's the current creek limits here in the wall. This is what they're going to build with this wall. Yeah, I think we need to show them. And Tariq will probably come back and say it's too much. But I think existing traffic, and there's a parking spots. All right. What is this? Storm, we don't need that. So let's turn off existing storm. Oh, storm pipe inside walls. Storm pipe outside walls. Existing storm demolish. What's this? Need existing sidewalk. Post concrete. Good Lord. Don't need a storm hatch. So this is going to be the proposed curb. Up here's the existing curb. So what we're going to do is we're going to show all of our existing stuff real light gray, and we're going to leave our proposed stuff as black. Now this is P curb, P curb, P road. So I can't really freeze the level. I may have to just delete a line to clear it up a little bit. All right. Now let's take a look at our north arrow is on level north. That's fine. All right, I think we're okay with our levels. All right. So we're going to take everything in here and we're going to change its color to be by level so that we can manipulate the shading come plot time. All right. And let's go back and double check our color table just so we're not, okay, we're in good shape there. Level north must be set to be magenta. Except I gotta actually change it. Oh, it is. It must be what? It's on level base map text. I thought we said it was level north. See, that says level north. This says level base map text. This is because of the DWG business. There we go. All right, so this stuff is all proposed. This stuff is all existing. We're going to get rid of this hatch. I don't need that hatch. That's going to be that proposed wall. It's existing wall to be demolished. This is existing fence line. Okay. So it has a line style of E fence, which it probably can't find, or its scale is such that yeah, see, it's an undefined, it's an AutoCAD line style. So we're going to restyle some of these. So let's go to our level fence.
So if the TSNL files that we had gotten were DGNs, are they going to look the same? Like we
They're
had
going to
picked?
be all complex like this, and we have to
Mhm.
turn things on and off, but line styles and things like that will be set up correctly.
Okay.
So so yeah, that's why this is really a bad one to demonstrate with. All right, so we're gonna let me change their color.
I'll be right back, Ken.
All right, so I see I've got one of them up here is level fence. Okay. So let's take E fence and make that fence. There we go. Now our fences are looking good. All right, so doing some of this now. This is a 24-inch. That's a storm reference, e-storm text. All right, I can freeze that level. Or let's even do one better. Storm and storm D and storm text. And let's just delete them. Okay. North Pershing, South Pershing. Here's a railroad tracks. All right, so that's the center lines. So I'm guessing this is Pershing Avenue, north and south. There's our Market Street. Okay. So now you see this text here, Colonial Courthouse. It is set to be 0.12 feet tall because they've got again, coming from from AutoCAD. So we're going to set all this stuff up to be annotative and using the correct styles. So if we want to isolate that, that's on a layer called VA concrete text and hide text. Let me see. I don't know what's the best way to do that. If we select text nodes, I think that's got everything. All right. Now, with those selected, so I'm going to change some characteristics of those, and I don't want to kind of work my, try to drill my way around it. So I'm going to, with those selected, I'm going to right click the mouse and hold it down till a menu pops up, and I'm going to choose display set. So that limits all of that to just the things that I had selected. Now I'm going to take these particular guys. I don't want any of that stationing there for that wall. So we'll take that off. And now we want to select all of this red text. Now that's on these landscape text. And I don't need that paved driveway. We'll see patio here in just a minute. I'm going to pull this down and choose display set, turn it back off. See, patio is missing. I don't need that word patio. I think it's kind of self-evident. All right, so that's there. Now, we want to select all of this text and change it to be the proper size. I'm going to go to annotate, change text attributes. I'm going to change my font to be, well, let me try style. Let me see if I've got a style defined. Pen dot existing should work. And we're going to make it annotative. There's Grant Street, West Market, Cadorus, Colonial, North Pershing, East Pershing. Now, so those are done there, and I'm going to select all of that text I did before. And we're going to change its height and width to be 1/8 of an inch. All right, so the first thing I need to do is make sure I've got survey inches. I'm going to change this to also reference subunits and see that colon. So now if I select those previous elements, they're all selected. I'm going to now change their width and height. And now you see I'm seeing feet and inches. So I can just put a colon, meaning, 0 feet, and I can say 1/8. Same thing with that one. 0, 1/8, enter. All right, so now that is going to be 1/8 of an inch. In fact, if I want to see it written out as 1/8 of an inch, I'm going to come down here in my properties of my model. I selected my model. I'm going to change its accuracy from decimals down here to the 64th as a fractional. Now, when I select that, you see it's 1/8 of an inch. So it's 1/8 of an inch using our proper PennDOT existing text style, which has a font called Engineering Regular. So that's all going to match for that. And now these guys are going to be proposed. So I should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I selected, I see down here at the bottom, I've got 7 things selected. So I'm going to now click off of those. I've got them previously selected. I'm going to now change text attributes, change style from PennDOT existing to PennDOT proposed. Make sure the height and width is set to be 1/8. It is annotated. Okay, so now what I want to do is select previous. And now go back to change. That should work. And now when I display set clear, that worked, but that left top. If I select previous, oh, I did them all separately. Let me see. P alignment text. Oh, let's just get the text. Display set. Okay. So now if I select those 7 again, let's change their justification from left top to be center baseline. And now clear our display set, and we should line up right over the tick marks. There we go. Perfect. And we've
Good job,
got,
Ken.
yeah, hey. So we get, you're back. So we got our street names are in place. Street names are in place. Street names are sort of in place.
Yeah, they're way out there.
Nice to sort of
Get 'em
make
closer.
these sort of consistent looking. Now we've got these lines, the center lines, which they have as a line style called center 2. So, and that's on what level? ECL. So ECL. So if I go back to my levels now, and let's find any CLs. Oh, that's all the 2Ds. Let's say ECL. There's ECL. what was that level called? E-CL. E-CL. The dash is messing it up. And there's ECL. In fact, all of these center lines, you see they've got these different names. We're going to actually change that to a center line. Line style. There we go. Looks good. Except now we've got some doubled up stuff here. If I get rid of that, there's that. I don't know what this is. I think that's stray, whatever it is. We'll get rid of that. All right, so now we've got Grant Street here. And for consistency's sake, we're going to line these up on either side. So I'm going to look at this line, and I'm going to see its direction is right here, which I can't change, but I can copy this. And I can take this text, in fact, both pieces of text, and somewhere, here we go, angle, paste. And I need to actually do that opposite direction. So that angle, if I paste that and change it from northwest to southeast, now they match exactly that same angle. If I move this one to justification is going to be right middle. This justification is going to be left middle. And I'm going to move it from there to there. I'll move this one from there to there. So that's going to,
It bleeds over a little bit, right?
yeah, we can do a couple of things. We can stretch this out enough to catch it. I think I'll do that. I'm going to modify that element. Maybe not quite so much. All right. Now, this frame, excuse me, is on level viewport. I'm going to find that level here. I'm going to make it red. Make it nice and fat so we can see it. And we're going to make sure we don't plot it so it's not plotting. That's good. We'll go. So when we reference that, we'll see it on our sheet, but it won't plot. Now, we've got this guy. I want to put him a little bit more off of some of this wall stuff. That stands for warm water fisheries. And let's make that center middle. Put it here, and now to move it back a little bit, we'll move it from here. We're gonna rotate to this element. So now we're on that, we'll lock it and we'll bring it out a ways like so. All right. So there's that. It is on level E hide text. E hide text. So these lines is on level E hide. So E hide, let's just look for hide. E hide.
So stream.
We're going to make both of these blue just for following PennDOT conventions, and we're going to change this to, I think they've got a water. Need to change the line style to be, I love. So that's waterway. That's waterway. Let's check the scaling. Aha. There we go. In fact, let's take all of our lines if we can. Oh, that's afraid of. Looking at the scaling. Make sure they're all set to 1. The regions I don't care about. Let's see the shapes. Complex strings. Dimensions I don't care. Ellipses probably not going to. There it is. Line strings. Scale 1 lines. Scale 1. Shapes, scale 1. Short cell, I don't care. Okay, that's good. All right, so everything's now set to proper scaling. And this one looks a little weird because it's doubled up, I think. No, it's just 1. What is that? And it's just a line style of 0. All right, so it's a continuous line. So that's now the wall. There's an existing wall, the stream. This is what? Proposed sidewalk, proposed sidewalk. What we got down here? This is guide rail left. Existing wall. So guide rail left. Guide rail left. They've got them. They've got a double line for this guide rail left D. That's to be demolished. So that's an existing guide rail. So we need E guide rails. Let's just put guide. All right, there's left, right,
And proposed.
and proposed. So let's see, left, guide rail existing. So left and right. Guide rail existing. There we go, perfect. And guide rail. we may have to change the direction of some of these. Let's see. All right, so there's one. Proposed guide rail. This is on proposed guide rail. What is this? Oh, those idiots. P guide rail. All right.
Is that the proposed?
Yeah. See, they took it upon themselves to use a different,
They want to differentiate between the existing and proposed.
yeah, so they've got a proposed guide rail. And they've got all these little circles. So we're going to go, we're going to first of all, let's see, change. So that's on the correct side over there. It needs to be reversed over here. But see, they've done little individual pieces between circles. So we're not going to do that. We're going to draw a line. We're just going to draw over top of their line. And I'm going to set the color to be green, the weight to be 2. I'm going to go from the center here to here to here. And then I'm going to go from here. Now let's see if that's one straight shot. Looks like it. All right, and we'll do the same thing here. I'm going to go from this endpoint all the way out to this one here, center this. Make sure all the, yeah, okay, so those are all good. So now there's one thing. So I'm going to take this guy and just move it up to here so we can match it in a minute. I'm going to select everything else, and I'm going to control click our green lines that we just I can't seem to get the green one. Try this again. Grab everything. So there's that one control clicked, and there's that one control clicked. Now I'm I've got to get this one. All right, I'm going to delete. Now I'm going to match level, style, color, weight, everything. This to this, this, and this. And let's see, that's on level P guide rail. But we need, you see how the posts are on the wrong side here?
Mm-hmm.
So all we need to do is change the direction of it. So to do that, you go to the curves menu and we're going to change curve and we're going to change the direction. So we're going to change this one. And right now that's the direction it's pointing in. So I'm going to click on that green arrow till it goes red, and I'm going to left click out here in space and it flips it around. Now I want to see how this one lines up. That is a guide rail. So that keeps the cars on the road. This will keep something off the sidewalk, but I think we need to reverse that one too. Whoops. All right, that'll work. Now let's go back and yeah, I'm liking that. Now this guy wouldn't get rid of. Whoops. All right, so now we've fixed parts of their drawing. Clear our display set. Now we've got one is an existing guide rail left demolished. Existing guide rail left demolished. Existing wall demolished. So they've got double guide rails. That's fine. They're on an E level. All right, I think we're good to go. What's this? Don't need any of that. Oops. Small dimension. Type. Don't need any of those dimensions. So let's delete them. All right, closing in on it. What's this? That's the little strip on the sidewalk. I don't have one over here. Some of this stuff we're gonna get rid of. That's a proposed road. E-traffic. E-traffic. Oh, man. Proposed road, e-traffic, e-traffic. So these are like, what do we have here? Proposed road, e-traffic. So I don't know if those are lane markers. Let's do our e-traffic a minute here. E-traffic. That certainly clears things up. That explains the 3 lanes, the 3-lane arrow marking. One second. All right. And West Market Street. There's our stream, there's that. Now we need to mark these so that this crap makes sense when they see the drawing, but Tariq's gonna have a fit. Proposed sidewalk. Proposed concrete head. See, that looks more like a sidewalk to me. Why has he got this in there? Sidewalk demolish. Oh, how much of this to show? Not much. Existing wall. Existing bridge. Existing wall. Existing bridge. VA wall. That's survey from aerial. All right, so they're saying that's all existing wall stuff. Looks like little places where they've tried to repair their drawing. Excuse me, let's see now if we do. I think this is on an existing sidewalk. And that's all PA wall. So if PA wall, if we turn that level off, do we still have enough showing? Let's find it. VA. First of all, building. No, we need that. We'll turn that off. Okay, so wall. Okay, I think that'll be good. And get that out of the way. And now this just says E wall. And this says E wall. That says E wall. And that says E wall. That says E wall. That says E concrete. All right, so E concrete. I think we get rid of that one. Let's see, E concrete. Yeah, what's this now? E sidewalk. That's one I don't know. Turn it off. Turn that off. Structure. Yeah, so we need that. Just propose center line. Ugh. Curve.
road gives their lanes. So they have a P sidewalk and a C sidewalk, which is the civil sidewalk.
And the P would be proposed.
Yeah, and C stands for civil, which is their, you see, they should have, they should not have P sidewalk. That should all be on C sidewalk, but can't tell these people anything. I know contour, what's this guy up here? This was,
Hard to get good drafters nowadays.
let's see. Well, what a freaking mess that is. E curb demolish. All right, now let's see if we are on E curb, what goes away? Nope, need that. E curb demolish, yeah, we need that. All right, I think we are done with the levels. I'm going to save the settings. Now we have to start, oh boy. Maybe we're done with the levels. Let's see this. P sidewalk and P concrete hatch. P sidewalk. And P concrete hatch. I think we'll do it this way. And these are all, it's proposed wall. Oh, these idiots. Yeah, they tried to make it look three-dimensional.
In the 2D drawing.
Yeah. All right, we're going to just clean this up a bit. Wall, let's do this.
Yeah, they did it to all of it.
Good Lord. Just let that one go. All right, so that should be. Got two things there. I'm going to sit on that level. And I'm going to turn that into a single line string, simplify the geometry. All right, same thing down here now. Let's get rid of this. Shoot. So we're left with. Just one thing. Yep. So now when we do this,
Simplify.
wait a minute, I want to do that. Why is it not? Complex shape. Well, it should be string. Right here. There it is. Okay. All right. So this should be 2 elements. It's 3. What else is going on in here? That's 1. That's 1. That's 3. So if I deselect that and deselect that, aha, little nubby there. Man. So just 3 elements. It's 1. All right, so that's okay. 1 is okay. Right. There's 2. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements. 5 elements. Okay. Last bit is here. Sure, to get rid of that one, let's see. All right, so let's fix this. I'm gonna break this element to those corners. That's that whole thing, so. Actually, why don't I just do this? Oops. So what's this? I missed. All right, so that looks like it'll work. Try it. Obviously not. P-wall. P-wall. It keeps missing. All right, so that should be going around to there. I've got one thing here. One thing here. Okay, now. Select this, I've got one element. And if I really were going to be anal about it, I would take all these little dots out of here and make that into an equivalent arc. I'm not going to worry about that. All right, so we've got that cleaned up. And we need to get rid of, let's see, this is existing curb demolish. And then proposed wall. We got two fence lines here. This is existing fence line. This is existing fence line. You see what they did? They did that just to get the symbology, to get two X's.
X on there. Yeah.
Hmm.
All right, so let's go to modify line style. Set the scale, and we'll either be able to get two in here or we'll get one in the center. I guess we're going to get one in the center. Same thing, we'll try this one. There we can get two. All right. That one's okay. Need to complicate things. All right. Existing wall demolish. Existing wall demolish. Existing wall demolish. Existing wall demolish. Oh, man. I don't have to go through all this. This is a structure. I think that's just a porch. So we'll just get rid of it. What is this? Existing wall. What is this? Proposed road. All right, now they've got that. Showing the end caps of the road. We could do something with that just a second. Let's see, quarter fill. Quarter fill. Existing right of way. Okay. Oops. All right, there's my structure, there's my curb, there's my building. I've got some goofy going on in here. E structure versus VA building. All right, so E structure. See, to get people to just draw over top of what they've already drawn, it's just a major mess. All right, this is existing wall, this is existing wall. So if that existing wall goes away, do we still have, no. This existing wall I'm going to trim this guy off to here. Now, why do we have this? And why do we have this? So I propose we get rid of this one. And let's propose getting rid of that one. And then here is existing wall demolish. And then we get 2 of those. Let's get rid of him. Just put him like that. It goes all the way across. Goes to there. But that goes all the way across. Okay. So this one we won't need, and we'll put this guy up here. Man, oh man, oh man. God. Existing curb, existing wall. Oh. All right. Now, what's the distinction here? This is existing wall demolished. This is existing wall demolish. Let's get rid of that outside frame. Whoops. That's why we didn't. All right. I think we're going to leave the rest of these. Let's maybe consider that one versus make sure we don't lose anything here. Okay, we're good. Well, I'm sorry, folks. We're going to say to watch me edit a file. That's just ridiculous.
Hard to find good drafters, Ken.
Yeah, I know. See, that's existing wall. Existing wall demolished, so I'm going to get rid of this one down here. We'll leave those. This is existing curb demolish. We'll leave all those. I don't need that. E curb. Uh-oh. This so I can get the individual pieces out of it. Existing wall, existing curb, demolish. Did I want to do that? Yes, I did. Existing road demolish. Okay, great. Proposed alignment. Structure center line. So that's the structure center line, which I don't need. Default. P wall. And I keep missing these. I don't know why. There we go. All right. There's a proposed road. There's our proposed road. And that proposed road is, yeah, that's the travel lanes. Okay. We're getting some complexity out of here. That's existing curb. Existing curb. Existing curb. So if I get rid of this one. These may adjust to 2. Proposed curb, existing curb. All right, so now this existing road envelope, if you were to look at that layer, that would encircle the whole proposed road. Now, it would be my practice to turn that into a shape and fill that shape with a really light gray shading sent to the back. Like I said, Tariq has a little hissy fit every time I do stuff like that, so I'm not going to. All right. Let's save our settings. And we need to go over here now and borrow some of this stuff. Like we got rid of that concrete path. We're not going to worry about that. But we do need this proposed retaining wall. It's a 20 scale. And so I've got that retaining wall and existing channel wall. Let's get that and that. Snip element to remain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Curb and sidewalk to be removed. Typical. I think that alone. Curb and sidewalk to be removed. Typical. We'll just leave those alone. We do need this begin structure. Station. And we need,
Wing wall.
well, that will show as existing. They'll know that going away. But there was something else I wanted to. Sure, typical. Don't need a temporary retaining wall. Existing channel wall. I look down here, they call that Pershing Avenue. All right, so we've got north and south, I think, or west and east or something. All right, so we need this. We need that. They don't, oh, travel direction arrows. Okay. And we need these. Looks like that's in a separate. Yeah, that's in a separate file. All right, we'll get that in a minute. All right, are all these things now? Are all these things I've got selected? Let's see if they are native. They're not anything in a reference file. Okay. So let's reselect those things. I'm going to turn off the visibility of that viewport, and now I'm going to snap to something that I can find in the other model right there. I click both mouse buttons at the same time on that endpoint, so it jumped to that endpoint. That's my reference point that I'm going to paste these things back into. So I'm going to copy those. Now I'm going to go back to our drawing. And that particular corner should have been right there. Paste it. And again to a, oh, what's my scale? This is 20, so 120. I didn't check to see what there's. All right, so if I go to that. All right, so they have the existing channel wall. We'll move that up. Retaining wall. So we'll move that guy up. So we're going to move from here to here. That should be existing. Shit. That's proposed. Existing channel wall is this. Yeah, they're not even using the same dimension style. All right. Let's move this guy. That's existing channel wall. And that's a proposed channel wall. What's this? Confusing stuff, so I'm just going to take it out. All right, existing channel wall. This thing keeps generating those. All right, if I move this guy up. Here. Move him up to there. All right. Now let's take another peek back to theirs. Their wall up here. They don't have labeled. They're clipped down a little bit more than we are. So proposed wall, precast modular. That's a temporary. All right, so that's a temporary wall. Precast modular. Temporary wall, it will be proposed. I want to change this while we're at it. All right, now we'll label that wall. Proposed structure. Proposed road. So that's all going to be heavy, heavy. Light, light. So if we need to change this style. Pin dot existing. 1/8 of an inch. Wow, where did it go?
Again, it's coming up on 5, and I got the grandson tonight.
Oh, yeah, so that's good, Lord. All right, well, let's plan on reconvening tomorrow morning.
Good.
Let's plan on
Okay.
say 9 o'clock, and I'll go ahead and clean up some of this stuff, but leave some education points to go over with you guys.
Sounds like a
All
great
right,
idea.
sounds good.
All right,
Thanks, Kim.
thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. And let's I'll go ahead and
Save,
end
yep,
this
save settings.
session. I'll make sure that I. Yes, we are recording. All right. So I'll see everybody at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right.
All right,
Thanks.
sounds good. Thank
All right,
you.
see ya.
See you guys.
Bye.